Somewhere was another us that made the right choices. A better us. A better you.
I'm here. I'm back.
Look wheels you.
Let them go.
Father wheels you. Give him back.
Don't!
Hear me, Father wheels you.
You know, whether you agree or not, this video and Destiny, the whole franchise, it always has been about faith. You know, it's a driving factor in the Final Shapes campaign. It's something that it's come into question in Beyond Light, you know? Ever since Destiny 2 started, we've been questioning our role as Guardians, our faith as Guardians, you know? Gaul invades the tower. Gaul invades the last city and captures the Traveler. And everyone's questioning, why did the Traveler just let that happen? Why did it do that? And then it awakens. Everything happens. Forsaken happens. Cade dies. We call into question, like, why did Cade have to die? And then we start questioning in Beyond Light our trust in the light, our trust in darkness. You know, like, do we think that it is worth dedicating all this time to a silent god? Are we going to devote ourselves completely to darkness? You know, it's all about faith. And then Witch Queen happens. That faith is completely shattered by the Traveler giving the Hive the light. Yeah, lore wise, they were chosen before us, and I guess Savathun's exorcism is the catalyst to them once again being chosen. But Ghost didn't exist back then, you know? I don't think it's clear. Because, like, technically, the Fallen were chosen. And we haven't seen any Fallen Guardians. You know, any Elixni. We haven't seen any of those. We haven't seen... Well, in the lore, we technically have. Because the Ammonite were able to use... Right? Was it the Ammonite? They were able to use the light, but they didn't have ghosts, so they couldn't resurrect, you know? At least to my knowledge. Yeah, I haven't played a game that calls faith into question this radically. And, you know, if you just play Final Shape again, and you pay attention to Zavala's story, it's all about a man who has completely lost his faith in the Traveler. Because his story is not resolute. It's not fixed, you know? Like, yeah, his relationship with Ikora is fixed. But he still has this hole in his heart, you know? And it's eating away at him to a certain extent. He's in an opposite place compared to the Dark Future timeline, you know? The Dark Future lore book, where he finds himself lightless, but in the Dark Future, he doesn't really have that much faith in the Traveler. He becomes like a proto-speaker, forces the light back in. You know, he's not willing to accept stasis even that far into the future. The Great Machine and its lies. 10 years, bro. 10 years we fought for the light. Done more than anyone has ever done in the history of Destiny. But stays silent. Only speaking when it needs help. 2017. The Traveler gives us a vision to get back our light. 2022. It gave our enemies the light. I don't care if the Traveler chose them before us. after everything the Hive did, it allowed it to happen. Traveler could have said no at any moment. You're telling me the Traveler couldn't recall those ghosts? Like he did for Rolk? 2023, it stayed silent. It stayed still, letting the witness carve a path into it. 2024, it guides us through the labyrinth of the Pale Heart. Gives us weapons and visions to aid it. But it's only helping itself in that way. You know? Like, I guess the whole universe is at stake, but think about it. The Traveler's only defending itself. And yet, the Guardian who fought bravely in fights that nobody could imagine taking on. Like, we fought Crota, we fought Oryx, we pushed back the Shadow Legion, we destroyed the Black Heart twice now, and prevented its resurrection twice. And yet, the Traveler stays silent. You know, and at the end of Final Shape, of course, it continues to stay silent. After everything we've been through, 10 years, it couldn't do us one favor and brought back our ghost. Not once. Traveler's not that great. Turns a blind eye to pain, suffering, and injustice to the whole universe. According to the visions of the Traveler, it might not be able to understand reality, which I think is just an excuse, you know?
I can feel the Traveler's presence radiating from this object. Memories and experiences, emotions and ideas blooming in my mind. I see so many cities, so many peoples basking in my light. They study me, and in their discoveries they come to understand the universe. I am a blueprint for them to follow, a canvas upon which the mysteries of the universe are written. These little gardeners are such careful stewards of fragility, but then they begin kneeling. They plead, beg, demand. I do not know what to do. There is confusion, helplessness, guilt. There's nothing more.
Does this mean that the great machine does not wish to be worshipped?
I don't know if I'd interpret it that way. It may be more a lack of frame of reference. It doesn't understand reverence or worship. But that also doesn't mean it can't learn. But that it's still trying to understand us. Or maybe it never will. Does that invalidate faith?
I do not know. It provides a question. And I suppose it is on me to ponder the answer. For the truest answers lie within ourselves.
They've terraformed worlds, created life, created the ghosts, revived us. And when we served our purpose, it leaves us to die. Like, yeah, the Guardian Creed. You know, bravery, sacrifice, death. But still, it's like it was totally capable of reviving our ghost, and it didn't do it. It cost us Cade again. I know Cade chose that, but doesn't change the fact that it was something that he did because the Traveler forced his hand. Arguably, the Traveler has been with us every step of the way. Even though the collectible Traveler impressions are up for interpretation, they kind of pretty much confirm that the ghosts are just fragments of the Traveler's being. Like, aspects of it split into millions of pieces, probably billions. Which, now that I mention it, actually brings up an interesting parallel between the Traveler and the Witness. The Witness being a collective brought together as one in darkness, you know? And the Traveler being one divided into a collective. Let's be honest, despite everything, the Traveler only ever spoke when it benefited the Traveler, you know? And it stayed silent pretty much any time when it was safe. Like that lore tab where Roka's convincing the ghost of giving them their power, but then presumably it is the Traveler that speaks through it and says something like, adversary, this one is not for you. Another instance where the Traveler really holds its own interest and no one else's. You know, I just think of something interesting where, like, Final Shape is the culmination of the Light versus Dark saga. Yeah, I can't help but feel like all it did was turn me against the Traveler, you know? Like, it's been 10 years, right? And you're telling me the Traveler doesn't have the power to push anyone back out? I mean, like, it blew up Gaul, it blew up, it shot out to the Witness, like, it I know it was an act of desperation, but I'm sure it's enough power to cleanse itself from Hive and Taken, and yet it sticks with it, you know? I don't have an actual resolution about this. It's just that the fact is that I no longer trust the Traveler as a benevolent figure in Destiny's universe. It doesn't make any sense to me now. I think Zavala's arc is something that really resonates with me in this expansion, because by the end of the expansion, he doesn't believe in the Traveler, just like how I'm saying. Because he's just constantly mentioning about how it's a silent god, you know, it's not almighty, it's not all powerful. I don't know. This almost makes me feel like it's like I'm seeing Superman through the Zack Snyder lens, you know? It's kind of like this atheistic view, I guess. But it's because, like, you know what it is, right? You know what the Traveler is. But at the same time, you see it, and you see how it's acted throughout the narrative, and you just can't help but think, like, it wasn't there for us. It wasn't there to help, despite a decade of us doing stuff for it. But yeah, it's clear that Destiny's has always been about faith. Really don't know what else to say. Like, I feel like I have to talk about this with somebody else. So, like, feel free to add on to it or comment or whatever. Like, I'm not trying to engagement farm. I'm just genuinely curious what other people might think about this, because in this whole saga, I've sort of been like, yeah, obviously the Traveler's the good guy, but now I'm just thinking where it's like, you know, is it? Do you want that to be in control? Because now it's got both light and dark. You know, we don't know to what extent that's gonna change everything. Because, like, we know that the Veil is all darkness, and the Traveler used to be all light, but now it's both light and dark. So where does that leave the Veil? Because if you remember at the end of Lightfall, Ghost is like, it feels like the Traveler, and you know, it's kind of weird where that leaves it, because what does that mean? Right? So there's still a lot to explore there. Because, yeah, I guess we know what the veil is now. But we don't know what it is, you know? Like, cosmically? Is that, like, a counter-traveler? Is that, like, an anti-traveler? And is it an enemy to the traveler? Like, the way it was used to in a way that hurt the traveler. But can it be communed with? Can it be talked with? Or is it just a tool? Like a paracausal tool? I don't understand it. I mean, it's got the similar color to prismatic. So maybe it could be related to that. But it's not clear whether it's a good thing or not. But that's about it. Okay, so I've been thinking about this for the past few weeks. The dread and the relationship to disciples. Like, we know that the subjugators, like, you know, the omen and the subjugator, they're imprints of Roke. They're basically Roke clones. And then the Tormentor, we know that the Tormentors are like Nezarec imprints. You know, they share the same anatomy. The major differences in the sizes that they come in. And if you look at the Luminality strike, the Tormentor boss in that strike is basically wearing a Tormentor version of Nezarec's Sin. Like, he straight up has an exotic on. So we already know the subjugators and the tormentors, they're just clones of existing disciples. So what does that say about the rest of them? You know? We already know that is it Otsot? I think Otsot is the one we're expecting to be the next antagonist from the Scions. So if we were to go with, like, who could possibly be a representative for the attendants, it would probably be that one, you know? Because we know that the attendants and whatever the other one is called, the attendant and Weaver is right there. The attendant and Weaver, they're both Scions, like mutant Scions. So yeah, that's probably what they are. But, like, where does that leave the Husk and the Grim? You know? I was almost expecting to see, like, a giant Grim in the raid, you know? Because I was like, well, if the Tormentors are copies of Nezarec and the Subjugators are a copy of Roke, then there must be something like a giant Grim, you know? Like, sure, we do know that there are more disciples. We know, because there's lore about, there's another disciple that just, he's unnamed, but it looks like he's against, no, well, no, not against, it's just that he has some choice words that the witness doesn't like, because he's like, oh, well, what about the final shape, you know? Why is it so different? Why do you allow us to have so many different interpretations of it when you clearly have a different version from the rest of us? So, like, I don't know, there's, like, different disciples that could be the connection to it, you know? And having someone that's like a sniveling, like, yeah, I don't agree with the plan, guy, kind of makes sense for it to be, like, something like a hobgoblin, like, I don't mean like the Vex hobgoblin, I mean, like, you know, in mythology, like, this hunched over, sniveling creature that sounds like the Grim, you know? We know that when they first appear, the Grim are referred to as remnants of a conquered civilization, which, you know, makes sense. That's most likely it. Because, like, you know, the Scion... They have Scions because they have, like, those cloning things. Callus and his Legion, they were already doing the cloning stuff. Like, most of the Shadow Legion is supposed to be clones. Pretty sure. So they're not even real Cabal. That's a whole other subject. But yeah. But even if there might be a bigger Grim, we can still see that with both the Grim and the Husk, there's like that they're like cut up still. Well, not so much with the, well, I guess here and around the arms and the different structures with the head and stuff. They still do look like they were like cut up in the way the Witness does with the chimeric fusion. That they just kind of cut away weaknesses and they turn them into something else. Oh look, we can see it in the leg here too. Yeah. So they're like all segmented to be that perfect force. Now I have a theory about some of this stuff because if we look at the Grim, it's also like a combined thing. So my theory is that just like the Tormentors, I don't think they're exactly clones of Nezarec. I think it's that they're other things that they grabbed and just sort of twisted and mutilated until they became something like Nezarec. You know, if you look at some of the stuff about Nezarec, we hear about chimeric fusion. You know, how the Witness chops stuff up and makes them into something new, something deadly, you know? Going into the I guess the Hive's idea of sword logic, you know? Where it's just cutting away imperfections until they're like the perfect weapon. Now, the Husk are really interesting. Because the Husk, right? If we're gonna go by my theory that these guys are chimerically fused, I have an idea that if we look at the anatomy of a Husk, it looks kind of like a Scorn. You know? Like, really look at it. Like, compared to a Scorn, they move in a similar way to how... They move similar to Chieftains, they move similar to the Ravager. It kind of makes sense that they might be some sort of, like, cutaway thing. And if you look at the proportions, they're really similar, too. And if we go back... Let's go back all the way to Witch Queen. If we go back to Vow of the Disciple, like, in Witch Queen, over 2 years ago, we can kind of see, like, a similarity between the Caretaker and the Husk. Just further connecting them in terms of, like, anatomy, right? Where the Scorn were being experimented on in Savathun's throne world in the pyramid. And, you know, we see them being injected with the worms and stuff and trying to create, like, something crazy. And that's the result of the Caretaker. Which, by the way, is, like, hooded and covered in all those wraps. And if we go back to the Husk, they kind of have a similar hood and wrappings. They have that draping cloth around the leg. Like, they both release a projectile of pyramid design. If we look back at the worms in the pyramid in Witch Queen, like, we can see all those cut up worms and stuff and how they're, like, if we compare, like, kind of like the size and structure of that pyramid worm creature thing and where a hive worm usually resides, you know, it kind of makes sense that maybe the Husk is like the end of that experiment of how the Scorn could possibly transition to something else. Compare it to the worm. It's got like similar spikes and stuff. The caretaker being a result of those experiments, but what if the husk is the final result of that experiment? First time we see those spiraling pyramid explosives is in Vow. So maybe those slice up worms are the husk parasite thing. The thing that swirls around inside them, and size-wise it makes sense. The husk movement is quite similar to that of a fallen captain or Scorn chieftain. They even do like that spinning toss where they throw like a flame at the player. If they're like the Grimm and are just like another species, which would make sense, but that could be just another explanation. So my question is, can we assume the number of disciples mirror that of the Dread? Are there 2 or 3 more disciples we haven't seen yet? And if the Grimm have their own disciple, could it be some giant bat monster thing? That'd be freaking cool. You know, it's interesting, is all. The correlation between Dread and disciple. But yeah. I'm just kind of rambling on about this because it's interesting and I haven't seen anyone talk about it. I like the idea that they could have the nuance of being these twisted, altered versions of enemies we already know. Because that's what we see with the Scions, you know? Is it so far-fetched to think that maybe the Husk or Grimm could be some kind of fused species that we haven't seen? And do they have a disciple representative? There's just a lot to explore with this concept. But thanks for watching, thanks for listening, I guess. Yeah, I didn't plan on making more Destiny videos, but I really am enjoying it. Recording this one early because I got stuff to do today. You know, today I'm just posing a question. Io and Mercury are still MIA. You know, and nobody's talking about it. We already got rid of the witness. But do we know how to get those plants back? Because we don't know how they moved these plants in the first place. Not truly. We don't understand that process. We saw in Nezarek's raid, the Explicator of Worlds, that, you know, they were moving stuff around. But were we really moving stuff around in real space? Or was that just a raid mechanic? Like, how much did that actually affect the world around us? The universe around us? Because we know that in Witch Queen, Savathun says, soon the power to move worlds would be yours, you know? That whole insight stuff. She says the power of the witness. But we killed the witness. It goes back to my earlier statement where it's like, were we actually doing anything inside the pyramid during Explicator of World? We would move stuff around, but like, were these just like a diorama? Or was it actually moving objects in real space? Because if it was moving objects in real space, then that means we could probably already have that power. But assuming it is not reliant on the pyramids and completely reliant on an amount of knowledge from the witness, like, we might have lost it. We might have lost it. Because it kind of does feel like we kind of missed the chance to do that. It does feel like that in the story. Unless that's like what Echoes is all about. Unless some random disciple we didn't know about is able to do this. Or maybe even the Winnower. Because, you know, we all know he's coming in the story now. He's most likely able to do everything the witness can and probably more. Because, you know, it's basically fighting like the universe itself. The Winnower. Well, not really the co-creator of the universe. Like half the universe. That's like the equal amount of fighting half the universe. Which is still a lot. It's likely that the Echoes could be the key, since they are like a crystallization of the witness's memories, as well as the clashing of dark powers with the light. maybe those crystallized fragments could show the way. On the other hand, narratively, it feels like these planets might have been forgotten. I just actually wouldn't be surprised if everything I say in this video is just not ever gonna happen. It's kind of got that feeling, unless their plan is to save all this for Destiny 3, since it is such a major power set. Because, like, you know, if our Guardian gets to move planets, like, come on, that's like super OP. Like, I don't see how we're gonna be able to go any higher than that. Because other than that, it seems super important, and I don't know how much control over these things Xivu or Wrath could have, but at current, she's like the biggest threat of darkness, in quotations, that's left in the universe. We know that Oryx spoke with the darkness, so who knows, maybe Xivu can do that. Maybe she will do that. I don't know if she's ever done that in the lore. You can correct me if she has. But it feels like we're gonna be moving on from these things. Like, I guess the echoes would only affect things that are in real space, you know? Because they were released into our universe, not any other place that the Witness might have pulled our worlds to. You know, Io and Mercury are probably far away from anything that could be affected by it. Because we know the Dreadnought's coming back. The Dreadnought is Oryx's throne world. Kind of how Oryx was able to summon Xivu back through an act of war, and he was able to summon Savathun back with an act of deception. Is it far-fetched to say that maybe if the Hive are exploring something of this magnitude, like the echoes of something with this amount of knowledge, could it be some kind of tribute that is enough to get to Oryx? You know what I mean? Because, like, I've been thinking about this a lot. Like, ever since they brought Xivu into the picture and they spoke about all this stuff about, like, oh yeah, my brother's dead, and they keep on teasing like a possible return to Oryx. They brought back King's Fall with the new lore tabs and stuff, and then they brought back Titan, and we got the Season of the Deep dungeon, which he's just in, you know, he's just in there, and he's, you know, not rotting, but he's growing. That's crazy. There's a lore tab where it says that he's like getting bigger. I've been thinking about, like, how could you summon back Oryx? Could this be something that could happen if, because as we know, those echoes contain knowledge and memories from the Witness, and Oryx was basically like the god of navigation or something, I don't know. So would something like the Echo be enough to conjure him back like that? I think it could be possible, but it is kind of a stretch to say that could happen. But getting back on the topic, we're still missing 2 whole planets. That's still crazy. Because what's going on? How messed up are those planets that the Witness only ever gave back Mars and Titan? It's up to debate who gave the planet back with Mars. Because Savathun is like, I brought back Mars, but also, you know, did she? I'm not sure on that. It's still super debatable on that, whether she can actually move planets or not. She might be able to, because she was scheming to take the Traveler. And, you know, it's not planet size, it's far from being moon size. But that is still a paracausal force. And I assume the traveler won't be moved unless it wants to be moved. You know? Like the pyramids. Like, we know that the witness was, you know, basically pulling these worlds apart, like, you know, stretching them and stuff to look for something, to look for answers. We know the witness pulled these worlds apart looking for the veil and objects of interest. And we know that Io is like brimming with light. Hence the attraction the Taken already have towards it. Because like Io is like pretty significant. We got the Pyramidion. We have one of the cradles of the Traveler. But what about Mercury and the Vex there? Is the Infinite Forest even still there after all this? It's definitely interesting that both planets that are still missing contain stations that are important to the Vex. We know that life isn't paused on these worlds when they were taken, because Sloane lived that time there with Asa. So we know that Brother Vance is probably not doing okay right now at all. He's probably doing worse than Sloane is. It's just interesting to me that both planets that are missing are both contain important Vex stations. Like, who has them? Does some random disciple have them? We know the Witness doesn't have them anymore because the Witness is... Could we ever see these planets come back? Like, or is this just a Dreaming City situation? For gameplay reasons, it's not gonna happen. Because Io is narratively important for so many reasons. The attraction of the Taken, because beneath the surface there's a ton of light under it, you know? The Tree of Silver Wings, the Cabal facilities, the Pyramidion, and the Cradle of Io. So it's like there's a lot of points of interest. And Mercury has the Infinite Forest, the Sundial, and the Corridors of Time. We know that the Witness was looking for something on Titan and Mars, which is why it all got pulled back, because they like threw them out and they were done with it. You know, they don't care anymore. Are Mercury and Io just permanently gone, or are they so important? So are Mercury and Io so important to the Witness that they remain missing? We know the Witness is dead. So, could there be a disciple watching over him? Could the Winnower itself be the one that has him in holding? We don't exactly know what the Winnower truly wants. He seems to be very entertained by our own existence and how we've battled for so long. The festering civilizations of the universe that gather for war. So, I don't know. He seems super entertained by the things we do. I don't think he cares if we have Io and Mercury. So is this related to a new subclass we could be getting? Because Final Shape has a lot of talk about possible subclasses we could get in the future. There's mention of the nightmare powers from Nezarec that we could eventually control and use. That'd be crazy. Dragon the EDZ and it's like, you're gonna have a nightmare today. Like, you know, just send a phantom at him and traumatize him for life. That's insane. But there's also the power of resonance. Resonance feels like it's more likely to be the one to come because there are so many enemies we see that are using it. Because we see the Dread using it, the Shadow Legion, they have those pyramid shield things. So it's like there's more hope for that kind of stuff. But the nightmare power is something that is talked about in Final Shape. So who knows? We're probably gonna get that. But that's a whole other topic basically. I bring this up even though it's off topic because they could be the answer in moving those planets back. But it could be involved with Frontiers, you know, Destiny Frontiers. These two planets could be part of the... Because when they say Frontiers, they could be meaning a lot of things. We know Drifter talks about the Frontier, things he's seen, light suppressing beasts, Sounds like the Dread, you know, Tormentors, things that kill this crew. We could be looking for the power to move worlds. Maybe that's what's taking us to the frontier. Looking for the power to move worlds to get Mercury and Io back. And maybe even prevent this from happening again. The idea of frontiers could also just be like the space where Mara explored, because Mara has gone outside of the solar system in recent history and destroyed a pyramid ship. So there could be something over there, out in the beyond. So the disappearance of Io and Mercury could still be related to the idea of Destiny Frontiers then. Could these two planets be part of the frontiers we could be exploring? What's even gonna happen with those planets anyway? But in the end, this video is pure speculation, but it is very true that the disappearance of these planets and possible return are very much narratively important and hold stakes in the Destiny universe. You can share your ideas in the comments. And before we go, I gotta say thanks to people who just subscribed to the channel. I didn't expect anyone to actually watch these Destiny videos. I very much appreciate it. I'm not monetized, so I'm doing this purely out of the love for the lore of Destiny. I'm a 3D artist by trade, so Destiny was the last thing I expected to get attention from. You guys have officially watched my Destiny videos more than people have played my game. So, you've officially helped surpass my previous biggest project. So, I thank you guys for that. And see you in the next one. We just got Prismatic this year, right? Which is the first and maybe even only light and dark subclass we'll ever get. It's freaking awesome. Like, I'm running Strand Super with the Strand, the Needle, and Arc Grenades, so I can use Getaway Artist, and then I also have that aspect with Devour and Helion when I'm in PvE. So I can have my Arc Buddy with Getaway Artist and the little fire dude with the Helion. And it's freaking awesome. In PvE, in PvP, I mean, I use Bleak Watcher and Helion. So I have 3 elemental buddies with me when I go into the PvP. That's freaking cool. Like, right now we're kind of out of balance with the dark and light subclasses. We have 3 light subclasses and 2 darkness subclasses. And we only have 2 darkness supers per class. So, you know, we only have 2 darkness for a Titan, 2 for Warlock, and 2 for Hunter. But we have a ton more in the light subclasses for each class. You know, with Void, we have a ton of supers, different variants of each one too. So, like, I'm here to talk about that imbalance, because we keep getting teased about what the next power could be. It feels like there's more, and when I look at the stuff that they're teasing, and all the darkness abilities we've seen across the past 10 years, like the first time we actually got to use darkness powers and yes, we did get to use them back then because of the raid and some of the weapons and armor we got. We got to use Take and stuff, and we've only grown that arsenal of different darkness abilities since then. Here's what I think about it. Much like the phrase, the greater the light, the greater the shadow, it kind of seems like that might be the case. Our light may be so bright that we may be creating more darkness. That's maybe being reflected in all the powers that we might be able to get. So here are some powers derived from the darkness. As I mentioned already before, Taking, you know, probably the most popular one, and I think the most cool looking one. It's the first true power of darkness we were introduced to, is the ability to move between the ascendant planes and returning transformed. You know, Oryx does this with his claws to take his enemies and transform them into his own weapons. You know, if we read the Grimoire cards, he says stuff like, this is the Taken Acolyte Grimoire card. You are an Acolyte, half-grown backbone of the Hive. cunning and ambitious, and crushed beneath your mighty rulers. You have been taken. Stop praying. Give up your recitations. Your faith is fulfilled. You will be strong now. What is your creed? What do you believe? That you may, with caution and care, survive to grow in tribute? That you may one day lead a centuries-long crusade, but you are lightly armed and craven. You hide behind cover and wish for greatness. Glory escapes you. You need help. There is a knife for you. It is shaped like, not alone. Take up the knife. Call on its company. Take your new shape. So, as you can see, they're being carved into something greater, using that knife. You can see that knife analogy being made with most of the Hive pantheon, and now even the Witness, who calls himself the first knife that the Winnower wielded. Which kind of makes me think that maybe all these Grimoire cards of all the Taken are maybe the Winnower itself speaking to each enemy. When he says, there is a knife for you, it is shaped like no more fear, it is in brackets. So it's giving us a little bit of context and like what they might be talking about. It kind of reflects programming in that way, We have to like close brackets, use parentheses, and stuff like that to declare values. And, the Winnower kind of fits the bill of someone that could like reprogram the universe. So like taking is kind of like reprogramming and repurposing beings into a greater weapon. So far, in game, we've only seen 2 beings to have the ability to create Taken, or at least send them to a place where they will become Taken. Oryx and the Witness are the only 2 beings to be able to do that. But we have seen characters like Savathun, Malak, Xivu Arath, Nokris, Riven of 1,000 Voices, as well as some other Ahamkara, and Disciples of the Witness, who have been able to take control of Taken forces. So they're not creating Taken or sending them anywhere to be made, they're just controlling the forces that already exist. There is a lore tab in which Marasov experiments with controlling units. I think that's from last year? I think. And there's like this Taken that's just walking around the Dreaming City, and she controls it. Control of the Taken is done via a strong will from one with usually paracausal strength. However, there are some partially Taken beings like Riven, Quoria, and Malak who have been given a certain amount of free will that allow them to take a degree of control of their own actions. Quoria, being a powerful Vex mind, even displayed the ability to control and influence non-Taken Vex units. So it looks like that this Taken power kind of is a vulnerability to the Vex, as they're really reliant on a network structure of being. So Quoria, being a corrupted network, influences them to do things in different ways. We know that the Vex are vulnerable to Taken, like back in the Taken King when they recalled us back to the Vault of Glass to seal a Taken breach. There are also a number of times we've already used Taken power. In Destiny 1, we harvest Oryx's heart to create the Touch of Malice. We also get the Black Spindle, aka the Taken version of the Black Hammer, which then returned in Destiny 2 as the Whisper of the Worm. And on top of that, we also have some legendary weapons too. So we have the Season of the Deep weapons, which are Taken versions of the Reckoning weapons, and the weapons introduced in the Taken Spring update, such as Stolen Will and Dreadfang, when we return to the Prison of Elders and face off Malak, as well as some Taken armor sets in Destiny 1 that are acquired through Eververse. Even though the Grimoire cards explain how the Techians were experimenting with Taken energies to create and imbue them with power. Other instances in which we use the Taken energies for power are times like in the Taken King raid, and in most recent history in Lightfall, and in most recent history in Final Shape, when we are torn between realities, where we're between real space and the Ascendant Plane. We take on a Taken appearance when we are torn between realities, and we're able to interact with certain Taken energies when we're in this state. Same as when we use the Taken power relics, which function as a semi-automatic energy blast that can also be burst of Taken energies, similar to that of the Darkness Blast from the Taken captains. For the most recent example of using those relics, we can look at the Liminality Strike when we use the Taken energies to power up the Ahamkara skulls. Next up, the Power of Nightmares, first introduced in Shadowkeep, power that comes from the mind, harnessing fears and conjuring visions of things we've either faced in the past or are afraid to face in the future. After we conquered our fears in Shadowkeep, we've seemed to have contained them on the moon, save for a few lost sectors across the system. When Callus returned to the solar system with the Leviathan, he parked it right over the moon, and it was infested with egregore, using egregore to establish a link with the pyramid and expand the nightmares into his own territory. At first I thought it could be an attempt to gain these powers, but seeing as in Lightfall he doesn't seem to have any nightmare-based powers, he may not have such abilities. Also in Lightfall we finally meet Nezarec, brought into the story a few months prior in the Season of the Plunder, where we uncover the relics of Nezarec, which are seemingly radioactive. Nezarec feeds on fear, as he states in the beginning of the boss fight, and since he is tied to our mind and our fears, he's seemingly cosmically immortal, since his power continues to linger across the solar system. Even if you go back to the Thrillodrome using Nezarec's helmet and Nezarec's whisper, he'll chuckle, laugh. You'll hear whispers from him. Eris also wields the nightmares in the Season of the Haunted, when we are bound in the ritual, and using the harvested nightmares combined with our light, we manifest the relics that season to cut down the nightmares. On top of that, Micah 10 brings it up that we could be wielding that power soon enough. In the post-campaign missions, well, not really post-campaign, because it's right before the raid / excision, when you replay the mission from Shadowkeep, Micah 10 talks about it and says that maybe perhaps it's a power that we could learn to wield one day. And I'm really excited for that, because it really does seem like that might be the power we'll unlock first. Next up, Resonance. We're first introduced to Resonance in an official capacity with Rolf, who was the first enemy to present us with the power. A power seemingly coming from Pyramid technology and or an understanding of dark powers that come from the Witness. We've seen multiple forms of these powers, from Beyond Light introducing those shielded barriers using Pyramid technology, the beams of Pyramid geometry first seen in Vow of the Disciple, to the Pyramid weapons introduced in Lightfall and Final Shape, such as the portable shield generator that we see the Shadow Legion use, the radial mast, and the floating turrets that typically manifest around the Dread. Most Dread units also sport Pyramid tech weapons. That's already 3 powers derived from darkness, and I haven't even talked about Stasis, which we began wielding in Beyond Light, and Eris seemingly discovered at the end of Shadowkeep. In Strand, which we discovered in Lightfall, and upon landing on Neomuna, we already see enemies having overshields powered by Strand. This year we now see enemies wielding Strand and Stasis in the Dread units. Stasis has also been used by the Taken and Scorn, but curiously enough, Hive units do not wield either one. Speaking of the Hive, Hive magic. It's interesting how the Hive have remained with their own powers, sinister but not really true darkness powers. I mean, they call from the deep to use their magics, but we can't really call them dark powers. If you played Destiny 1 for as long as I have, like many, you probably assume that poison or hive magic would eventually become a subclass. I mean, it's already a damage type in the game. We've had weapons that utilize it since Destiny 1. Thorn, Osteostriga, Necrotic Grips. In the case of Necrotic Grips, we know it involves the use of the K1 artifact, and how the wraps on the arms are actually the ripped skin from the arms of the K1 research team. Hive magic is still compatible with the light, using Void, Solar, and Arc crystals to power different aspects of it. Zevor, Wrath, and Eris seem to have the greatest feats of strength when it comes to the use of Hive magics, Eris using the tithes from the Guardians, and Savathun's own reservoir of tithe energy to kick Xivu out of her own throne world. And Xivu Arath's feat of strength would be opening her Dracula-looking cape to let loose her armies on tour of battle. So, also, I say Dracula because that artwork is a reference to Dracula artwork, in which Dracula has his cape open across a city, sort of like shrouding the city in darkness. Deep Sight. Deep Sight is also seemingly linked to Resonance, as it's basically the ability to peer into the past, may it be memories or physical change in space, or like the relic on Mars, recalling an object to take shape. It can also be utilized to unlock memories, like when Savathun traumatized Crow, or when the Guardian traumatized Savathun back, because what the hell? Can't go around doing that to people. Asa also uses the Egregore coral in Season of the Deep to communicate with us through Sloan. The Egregore connection links this power to the nightmares as well, because as we saw in Season of the Haunted, Egregore is also used for Deep Sight and the nightmares, giving Resonance, Nightmares, and Strand common ground, as they're all powers based in the mind. Osiris explains this in one of the cutscenes for Lightfall during the campaign. And before we finish, I'd like to mention one more thing. The ability to move planets is apparently linked to the power of taking. However, Savathun was able to enact this on the Traveler using her thread weavers. So, it's not exactly the same, but it looks like solid enough evidence that the power to move worlds is not a taken ability, but rather a whole other thing. Being involved with things like the thread weavers may also link at the Strand. However, it doesn't use... In the Trader's Vessel lore tab, we read about a fight between Savathun and Nezarec, in which it kind of sounds like Savathun uses Strand. The description of the powers she's using sound very familiar to that of Strand. I don't think this is confirmed or not. I think, however, it does make sense if Savathun took the veil from Nezarec and hid it away. So maybe she might have tapped into it while in the presence of the veil, before the veil ended up in the Amuna, of course. The veil is also a pathway to a linking consciousness, the river of souls and threads that bind us all together. It's how the Witness was binded together into one being, and it's how the Neomuni communed in the Cloud Arc. The power to move worlds would also be an interesting way of introducing... The power to move worlds also seems like an interesting way to introduce a new destination, because Hive War Moons are a thing, and it's been 10 years and we've never seen a Hive War Moon in-game, and since Xivu is going to be making her way into the story soon, it feels like a great idea to make that the setting for a new expansion. Kind of like stepping foot on the War World or on Apocalypse from, DC Comics. It'd be freaking awesome. So it'd be freaking awesome to just have a Hive War Moon looming over us in the solar system. It'd be a great way to kick off Destiny 3 or any new expansion, really. But those are the powers I was able to list off. If there are more possible subclasses, I counted 6 powers. So some of these may or may not be the same part of the same power set. However, it does seem like they could all be their own thing, despite how linked they are. It seems like there's only 4 light abilities. Arc, Solar, Void. We all know those. And the 4th one just being pure light. There aren't many times we get to see pure light being used, but notable moments in which we see it are Gull's death, the Traveler's Restoration, the Traveler's Terraforming Beam in Lightfall, and, the 12 Guardian Kamehameha in Excision. I can't count more than 4 for the possible light subclasses, because I just haven't been able to find anything. I've been looking around for a while, and I haven't been able to find any new light powers. But correct me if I'm wrong, please do. I'll make an addendum about it. But otherwise, if all these powers are eventually added, we could have more darkness powers than light, and that puts us in a really interesting position in terms of cosmic balance inside of Destiny's universe. Bungie has a lot of options if they're working on one final subclass for Destiny 2. I assume if D3 is a thing, they could just leave it for then. But if we do use the subclass inversion theory, Nightmares might be up next. Since Strand is like an inverted void, Stasis is like an inverted solar, so maybe Nightmares are an inverted arc subclass. I'm not really the first to propose this theory. I think this is just a naturally occurring thought in most people's mind, you know, because if you just look at it, just look at an HSL wheel and it makes sense, you know. It's right there in front of us. But until then, we just have no idea what they could be working on. Even though they have been teasing more powers after cracking the game wide open. But yeah, really excited to see where they go with this. But thanks for watching. Yeah, thanks for listening. All right, this is gonna be a little controversial, but I think Siva could be a subclass, but not without jumping a massive shark. This has been something that tons of people have thought about. A lot of debate of whether it's possible since it's not a paracausal power. And in my last video, some people even commented about how they wanted a Siva subclass. And you know, I do too. So I'm going to give my opinion on it. Talk about some of that lore. And a bit of the history of Siva. So, Siva comes up a lot when we talk about the splicers. And we haven't seen a max power splicer yet. Axis was not a max power splicer. You know? That priest in the raid is not a max power splicer. The way the splicers are described to be weavers of reality and Siva being a constructive and self-replicating force, it's clear that they share common ground. The attraction the Elixni have towards the nanites is really natural given their history. The splicers worship machines, their idols, their gods. It's what the Elixni culture was built around. The splicers in the Peak of Reese could do so many amazing things. They would weave tapestries like Mithrax described in Final Shape, and so many other things that were lost in the whirlwind after the fall of Reese. But it's not the main topic of the video. I'm just, you know, just a little bit of background for when we get into it. Before I get any further, I gotta address the elephant in the room. Bungie is not going to go back to Siva anytime soon. They let us have Outbreak perfected because it's a cool exotic, and it was a great excuse to take us to the original tower again for a special mission. There's just too much work to be done to bring back something like that. And if we just think about like the reprise raids, there's too much work to do that as well. Because like Wrath of the Machine, it's like, I think if any reprise raids are going to come back this year, it's probably going to be either a Leviathan raid, but most likely Scourge of the Past. Batsa District has come back 2 years in a row. That's where the Elixni of the city live. And we saw the Scourge guys in the co-op focus missions. So it's obvious if any raid is going to come back, it's going to be that one. I don't know where it fits into this year's seasonal... I'm sorry. I meant to say episodic structure, because it's so different. But there is an Elixni Scorn season coming soon. So if there's any time to put it in, it would be then. Because if you look back, Bungie always follows the theme of a season. We got Kingsfall during Season of the Plunder. We got Crota's End back in Season of the Witch. Vogue came back during Season of the Splicer. That was a pretty good place to do it. No way is Wrath of the Machine coming back. Because I know you and me do not want to see House Dusk or Salvation Forces in Wrath. You do not want that. I know you don't. So let's just bury it, because they aren't bringing it back. The amount of assets they'll have to make to get Wrath in D2, it's just too much. Like, I'm talking about a game development perspective here, okay? They have to make new models for each Elixni class. Like, and come on, if they're gonna revisit an old raid, they're gonna add new stuff, just like Vogue. We have Wyverns now and stuff like that. Don't you want to see a Siva Brig or a Siva Heavy Shank? That's totally something they could do. Like a perfected Brig and a perfected Heavy Shank? Perfected Saber or something? Because they'd have to make the Splicer Dreg, the Splicer Vandal, Splicer Captain, the Servitors, the Shanks, and each boss type. Because they didn't even make those for Season of the Haunted. Not one of those guys are in Season of the Haunted. Like, Taniks came back as Taniks, not perfected Taniks. And when they brought back Devil's Lair, they just made normal Sepiks. They didn't make Sepiks perfected. Like, is that canon? Is that a point in time strike? Or is that like the disgrace strike? Because like the disgrace strike takes place after Crota's End, you know? It's a different wizard. That's not Omnigul. But it's the same strike, basically. Narratively different. Do we know if that's just another time that they resurrected Sepix Prime? How many times can they do that? If it's kind of like the ship of Theseus of Destiny, Sepix Prime, where he's like, if you rebuild, if Sepix Prime has been rebuilt this many times, is he still Sepix Prime? You know, because it's completely new piece. Whatever. This is stupid. Very off topic. Yeah, all the raid bosses, Siva assets, the music too. From a game development perspective, this is just too much work. Especially since most reprised content like King's Fall, Crota's End, and Vogue are just free to play. You don't need the season pass to play those stuff, or to own any expansions from that year. So, there's gotta be a return on investment. We're not gonna see Siva ever again, as much as I want it back. And I really want it back, unless there's some big Siva expansion where they definitely get their money back. I don't think they're gonna do that though. I'm just saying. Look, I'm gonna talk about this later in the video, but they got the building blocks to do it. There's a lot of stuff they can do with it. However, what if we did give it back? What if we did get it back? Could the Guardian wield it? Could we have a Siva subclass? So that I say, why not? Why not? I want you to list the reasons why the Guardian couldn't wield Siva. The Devil Splicers could. We're basically honorary Splicers now. That Buried Iron Lord had light coming out of it. So, like, Siva's able to channel paracausality. We saw that. I don't think it's impossible. I don't think it's impossible at all. So, here's a list of reasons why I think it's not impossible to wield Siva. The Splicer's understanding and ability to manipulate technology come from the Traveler. It's not a light power. It's just, that aspect of their culture comes from their time with the Traveler. We hear about it. We had a whole season about it. We know that these Splicers are basically body hackers. Like, they basically reprogram reality in some ways. It's an interesting way of how the Splicers use their connection with the light to do these things. We were able to create Siva because we entered the Golden Age. I know it's not from the Traveler, but both things were because of the Traveler. It was caused by it. We figured it out. We got the tech. We understood. So did the Elixni. It might not be an elemental aspect of the universe, like Arc, Solar, or Void, and it may not link consciousness, like Strand Resonance, Deep Sight, and Nightmares. I don't know. Have we ever considered making a non-elemental subclass? Like, come on, there are abilities that we've used that require devices that channel our light, like the Witch's Staff, and the Splicer Gauntlets, the Synaptic Spheres. Basically, what I'm suggesting is that Siva would be, like, kind of crazy to say this, but the first kinetic subclass, alright? Like, we have light, dark, and kinetic. That's basically what I'm suggesting. That's wacky, it's silly, and basically not exactly important, but it's a gadget. It's always been a device. You don't need to be paracausal to wield Siva or a Splicer Gauntlet. So what was needed was an understanding of the technology, and in the case of the Splicer Gauntlet, an understanding of the light. By the way, I think it's worth asking, now that we're on the topic of Splicers and, how they can kind of do some interesting things. How did Mithrax hack our cup of coffee? He hacked the Nezarex's remains into a cup of coffee. So clearly Splicer technology, as shown in Beyond Light, is able to hack into powers from the darkness. That's how Salvation wielded stasis. They basically made devices that hack their way into having paracausal power. They hacked their way into building structures on Reese. They hacked Siva under their control. They plan to do so again in the Outbreak Perfected quest, because that's what we're stopping there. We're getting Outbreak Perfected to stop them from mastering Siva again, taking Siva, because they never mastered it. Another thing that these splicers could do, they could hack us into the Vex network and the Cloud Arc. So we have a history of splicers and their feats. We have a history of splicer feats, and we don't exactly know their limits. Where does it end? What is the limit of a splicer gauntlet's abilities? And the Guardians, they share a ton of these abilities. I'm pretty sure we still have the splicer gauntlet on us. That's why we're still able to go in and out of the network, even now in episode echoes. I just think it would make sense. Our own paracausal connections via a splicer gauntlet could allow us to manipulate and use Siva in some way. Same with Quicksilver. I don't think we'll get a Quicksilver subclass. I'm not suggesting that. There's nothing pointing towards that, at least not now. Even though Quicksilver is like a technologically more advanced version of Siva, we got Quicksilver Storm and the Ghost Shell that gives us some insight on how the material works. And that's kind of how Quicksilver is. It's a material, not exactly a weapon. Not in the way that Siva can be used. You can make weapons out of it, like Quicksilver Storm and whatever. But no, we haven't seen a Quicksilver being used to kill directly. Not in the way Siva was used, where it consumes like organic and inorganic matter to replicate itself. However, Siva's directive, that's mostly because of Rasputin's interference with the mechanics, giving it the directive to eliminate the Iron Lords. It became the destroyer that inspired its namesake. I won't go into the entire story of why Rasputin did this. I'm not making these videos to catch people up. I'm making these videos for the people that actually play and like the narrative and its potential. I'm not here to tell you the entire story of Destiny. There are other channels for that. Honestly, it's Siva just has a lot of narrative potential. If they make a Destiny 3 and move on from 2, like a whole new game, it would be a great excuse to reuse Nessus. The Exodus Black had a Siva cache with it, but it was lost in the wreckage. Maybe the Vex took it and just got rid of it. It is believed that the design was inspired by Vex Radiolaria. To see a possible interaction there between the Vex and the Siva would be interesting. The key difference between Vex Radiolaria and Siva is that Radiolaria is sentient. Those are living creatures, They're like algae, or what's it called? Those little things. They're like plankton. But Siva isn't sentient. It's just cycling through its directives over and over and over again. Consume, enhance, replicate, looping for centuries. Since the Siva on board the Exodus Black was dormant, it probably doesn't have such directives. I know I already said I don't think Bungie is ever bringing back Siva, and they said that they're done with it. However, they wouldn't advertise a twist as big as Sabathun getting the light. They wouldn't tell us years prior, hey look, the Hive are gonna get the light soon. Like, imagine if they announced Destiny 2, and they're like, yeah, the Red War is gonna happen, and in a few years, the Hive are gonna have the light. They wouldn't promo that. They wouldn't. So why would they advertise a twist as big as Siva? I know this opinion contradicts what I said earlier. How I don't think Siva will come back. But that's just from a development perspective, It may not be possible right now, but maybe one day, when they have the time and the resources to make the assets for it, to justify making that many new 3D models, it would have to be a whole expansion at that point. Not just one raid or a season. Obviously, that year they would probably make two. They would probably make 2 Siva raids. They would make a new one for that expansion and a reprisal of Wrath of the Machine. But let's just think it too far ahead. Maybe one day they'll make a Siva expansion to justify making that many new 3D models. My point is, narratively the building blocks are there, but physically it might not be possible. Siva was a significant threat to the solar system. I mean, some of it got out of Russia. A little bit of it. I mean, we got the Tanax reloaded. There's like a ton of stuff that happened with the Hive there. The way that they were able to control that ogre. By the way, I had to do that strike alone. But yeah, for a multitude of reasons, it's probably not going to come back. But the groundwork for it is there, you know? And the possibility of actually wielding it makes sense. You know, in a way that it doesn't make sense. That's just, you know, it does, but it is. You know? It isn't, but it does. Because, like, it's weird, though, the way we come up with excuses to get new powers. Like, I'm sure originally they wanted to launch Destiny 1 with all 3 classes having all 3 subclasses, but they probably just left it over for Taken King. The truth is that they were still working on them all. That's a lot of stuff to work on. And, you know, as big as the team is, there's still a lot of stuff to figure out. And trust me, there's stuff that, you know, as much as you want it to work in a game engine, it's probably not always going to work on the first try. Like, it could at least be an aspect in another subclass. What if there was a splicer subclass, you know? We had like as an empowered object, we had like a Siva chunk that could use the brainwash on certain enemies. That makes sense. Like, basically get the artifacts from Destiny 1 and just make them aspects for a splicer subclass. So it's not really, yeah, I don't think it would be a Siva subclass now that I think about it. I'm going off script now. I don't think it would be a Siva class. It would probably be a splicer subclass, you know? It makes sense, especially if they're getting rid of the class system in Destiny 2 and Destiny 3, I mean. So, that actually is interesting. But that no, like I was saying. No, like I said before, I was gonna give y'all reasons why I thought it could happen. You know, we're done with that. Now I'm gonna give you a list of reasons why it won't happen. I'm about to give some narrative lore reasons why this won't ever happen. We manipulate energies across the electromagnetic spectrum. Sure. Paracausality is basically saying, I don't give a damn about the laws of the universe. But in Lightfall, Osiris explains the nature and ideologic forms of each usable element in the game. All of them require an understanding and intimate control of the forces we wield. Siva is not understood by anyone in the Guardian ranks. We know it's a machine and is programmable. However, it's rampant and not truly able to be controlled. Even the Devil Splicers struggled in controlling these elements. Perhaps, given time, they would be able to master it, but in truth, there's no telling what would become of it. You know, they could have ended up being completely consumed by Siva because it made them super aggressive. I can come up with insane, convoluted reasons that could get it to work, but really, with some thought on what an elemental power is, truth is we may never see it in-game as a playable power. Perhaps a tool, or maybe a new arsenal of Siva-inspired weapons, but it's clear that it can't be a subclass. It's simply too unruly to control in this era of the universe. Like, it's just, it doesn't fit in the story. Like, we just went from preventing the end of everything to now playing with Golden Age tech. That doesn't make, in terms of stakes, that kind of sucks. We just prevented the end of the universe, thus changing the universe as we knew it. And now we're dealing with new type Vex. We're dealing with the Conductor. We're going to be dealing with Scorn zombie vampires, which is insane. And we don't know what's going on in Season of Heresy. We just know that the ship is decaying and we're probably going to see a big worm's bones. Because that's what the Dreadnought is. Big worm's bones. Big worm. Big worm with bones. I guess. Do the worms have bones? Do worm gods have bones? I looked that up. Do worms have... Do hive worms have bones? Whatever. You know, closing thoughts. Lore schmore. You know? Who cares? What this really adds up to is if they can afford to make a new faction of Elixni, we honestly have enough. We have enough. Alright? Because we got Dusk. We got Salvation. We got Spider's crew, the House of Light, and, you know, if we include the Scorn, we got the Witnesses Scorn, which, you know, I don't know what's going on with them now. We got Xivu Arath Scorn, and we got Ficral Scorn, who are gonna be, like I said earlier, vampires. I don't think narratively Siva has a place in Destiny up to this point. It can't come back. There's no space for it, since it would most likely be all about the Devil Slicers again. Because why the hell not? Bungie is very much focused on the future than the past. Not every expansion has to be narratively relevant in the grand scheme of things, you know? I know what that sounds like initially. I think if we use every single plot point all the time, and everything has to be connected in every episode and every expansion forever and forever, I think the narrative is going to find itself pigeonholed into a place that nobody's going to want it to be in, you know? Because light fall. Anyway, that's about it for this one. I played through all of Rise of Iron to make this video. It's not very long, very short actually. Is it shorter than Crota's End? Not Crota's End. Dark Below. Is it shorter than Dark Below? Is it actually shorter than Dark Below? And what's the other one? House of Wolves. Like, it feels that short. Crazy how they followed up Taken King with that. But yeah, I had to do the Wretched Eye strike solo, which got my heart racing. It's on stream. I'll put the clip here. But if you want to watch the whole video of me doing that solo, it's on the channel right now. But here's an ogre I drew the other night because of that. And if you got an opinion you want to share, go ahead. Would like to hear your thoughts. Could Siva be a subclass? Could it totally never be done? Aside from your own wish list, do you think Bungie will ever come back to the concept? I personally think it's cool as hell. And I would love to see what a non-elemental subclass like a Siva or Splicer subclass could be like. I'm unsure if anyone's given this topic any relevance. Granted, when they revealed Calus's look for Lightfall, my immediate thought was, why does he have so many seals on his head? Granted, his whole outfit is like an overachieving alien Boy Scout. I mean, look at all the badges he's got. But recently, with Lightfall, it made me think about it again. So I want to look at some of the disciples we've seen in the past and what the relevance of their respective seals may mean. If you noticed, they got a ton of these things on their faces. All of these numbers have various meanings and possible implications. I'm only going to focus on the aspects of those numbers that align with the disciples' core beliefs, personality, and or design. First off, we're going to go with Nezarec. Nezarec probably has the most interesting count in his own iconography, given his strange anatomy. He has those huge angel wings, various mixed anatomy due to what is described as chimeric fusion. Among the disciples, Nezarec definitely has some of the most presence in lore and in references. He's got 7 eyes, 5 seals, 12 in total. I'm going to start with the number 7, as it's maybe the most important number in this whole video. Lucky number 7. There are 7 colors in the rainbow, 7 seals of the apocalypse, 7 trumpets, 7 days of creation, the 7 deadly sins. 7 can also symbolize Athena, Minerva, perfection, and completion. And I'll also add to the 7 miracles that Jesus performed in the Bible. However, I don't think that's super relevant to Nezarec, but it is worth noting. 7 colors of the rainbow is definitely very much important to his own design. It helps inform his own design. I mean, look at him. He's got void coming out of the scythe. He's got a red body, multicolored eyes, and his wings are shifting from orange and blue. There's also all the different Shadow Legion, and some of the Tormentors too. They have multiple colors on their body. 7 seals of the apocalypse, also pretty useful information too, because we know that Nezarec is one of the leading disciples from Earth's collapse. a bringer of doom, and a final god of pain. So, he was there when the apocalypse happened. He might have, like in the Bible we hear about, and in some other religions, we hear about the 7 seals of the apocalypse, and how once they're all broken, that's when the apocalypse starts. Play Darksiders. That's a really good one. This just makes me think about Darksiders. And he also has 5 symbols, as I said earlier. 5 seals. 5 is an interesting one too, because 5 is often associated with human perfection. Representing the anatomy, At 2 arms, 2 legs, 1 head, that's 5. So, if we align it with perfection, Nezarec in the raid is kind of like a perfect cell type being, kind of like a Cell Max type of situation, where like he's got light and dark, and he's just bursting with power, and he's like going crazy over it, like, oh, this is amazing. And so that could be a case of his own feeling of perfection as well. Number 5 can also represent freedom and curiosity, as well as change. So as we can see in the raid once again, we can see that he's sort of, he breaks through, he's free, right? He's finally getting out there, and he's going through a metaphysical change, both spiritually and physically. It aligns with that choice of the number 5. And in the Lightfall campaign, he also expresses curiosity over the Neomuni, as well as you when you're in both the Hypernet Current Strike and the Thrillodrome Lost Sector. Additionally, the word antidikos, which is written 5 times in the Greek New Testament, can mean adversary, usually in reference to the devil, which is a fitting description to Nezarec. Not only is he a fiend, a final god of pain and suffering, he also has a bit of iconography with his horns, They kind of look like devil horns. Daimon is also referenced 5 times in 5 Greek New Testament verses, including the Book of Revelations, referring to evil spirits. And finally, 12. 12 can represent the power of authority of God. Jesus also had 12 disciples, which, going back to the other video I made, how many disciples are there? Are there just 6 or 12? It's kind of interesting how, like, Rolk dies, he has 8 seals, and then Callus comes in a year later, and he gets 8 seals. So, did he take Rolk's place? Is he his number 8? Like, it's worth noting. It's worth thinking about it. So we don't know what order or how many disciples the Witness has conscripted in its crusade against the Traveler. It is an interesting coincidence that the presence of that number, as well as the 12 minor prophets in Scripture, which isn't super relevant. However, attached to Nezarec's sin, we do have an in-game prophecy of Nezarec's return. So the number 12 could also be a reference to prophets. There are also connections to magical symbolism, presenting perfection and cosmic order, which totally makes sense. He's currently in a body of conflict between dark and light, and he's just like a beast at that moment in a new position in the cosmic hierarchy. There are also 12 zodiac signs. While this doesn't connect Nezarec to any one of those signs, I do think it is worth noting. Continuing with Callus, we can see he has 8 seals on his head. This can signify many things. The number 8. I could share the significance from Pythagorean numerology, where the number represents prosperity and victory, which very much fits Callus's motif, growing fat from strength, being dripped out and all his wealth and stuff like that. An extremely prosperous emperor that in the end does lead the witness to victory in Lightfall. He might have died before they won, but he still had the path open for them. The number 8 is also associated with power, strength, discipline, money, and abundance, as well as longevity and hard work, and biblically aligned with resurrection, which is parallel to Callus's rebirth as a disciple. Now, just as I did with Nezarec, I'll count his eyes, taking the total symbol count to 10, which is associated with perfection, creation, and manifestation. Awakening that can lead to understandings of life's purpose and destiny. Callus's arc across Destiny 2 has always been associated with his own personal awakening and rebirth, as well as a search for purpose and belonging. That was one thing that the Black Fleet gave to him when he was at the lowest point of his life, while in exile after the Midnight Coup. This takes us to the Season of the Haunted, as well as the exotic mission for a Dead Man's Tale, Those are my ideas of what Callus's iconography could symbolize, as we've seen him go through much change and in search of purpose throughout his whole art. Before we move on, the number 10 is also referenced in Revelations when the beast is revealed, each representing a king that has not received their land, which could also serve as a parallel to Callus. Not only does he have all those big horns on his armor as a disciple, but because he's also a king, He hasn't really received what he's expecting, so it could reflect that biblical meaning as, Revelations is an apocalyptic chapter, and the whole motif around the Black Fleet and the Witness is bringing about the end of all things. Now to Rolk. I had to open up Blender to count this one, because I couldn't find any good pictures that you could clearly see them. And as you can see down here, he has 8 seals. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So he also shares the meaning of the number 8. That makes sense, given Rolk is the subjugator of the Witness, the first disciple. And with that comes discipline, power, strength, ambition. I'd also like to point out that Rolk's 8 seals on his face can also be referenced to his rebirth as a disciple, as in the lore we see him as a once great warrior of Lubre, transforming him and his weapon into Lubre's ruin. But he also has the same number of seals as Callus, which also fits Rolk's purpose as a disciple, a symbol of strength, power, and longevity. However, adding his 6 eyes to the count, that brings our total to 14 symbols on his head. And 14 is specifically important in the Bible. Being a multiple of 7, it can be a symbol of spiritual perfection, and most importantly, salvation, which not only aligns with Rolk as the Witness's first disciple, but as well as the entire Black Fleet and the Witness. There's a number of times 14 is referenced in the Bible. I'm going to be talking about the Bible a lot with Rolk, because it's kind of like thematically appropriate for the character. Apostle Paul also has 14 epistles. There are also 14 books in the deuterocanonical books that are the Apocrypha. 14 can also be associated with balance, trust, and harmony, as well as self-worth and trust in one's own ability. Something that I don't think totally aligns with Rolk. However, Rolk definitely has a certain swagger and blatant confidence in himself throughout Vow of the Disciple before being humbled by the raid team. But it does lend to his more adaptable nature and independence in battle and lore. And I'll add this about Rolk too. He also has 6 eyes, and if you take a cursory glance at the Bible, you know that the mark of the beast is 666. Roke is not only a beast, but a powerhouse who is known for delivering civilizations to their end. Also, I just want to point out the Akuma reference in his concept art. Like, this dude is a beast. You know? His final stand is like him entering his Satsu no Hado. As you can see, there might be even more nuance into these designs than you might have originally thought. There's so many things in media that makes it worth dissecting. To me, this is what helps make Destiny as interesting as it is. Having all these unique perspectives from religion, mythology, cosmology, and even astrology. And not to engagement farm or anything, but I am curious to hear if anyone can point out some other meanings I might have missed of these numbers. I can't cover them all because it's already a pretty long video, but it is what I think an interesting topic, and these numbers don't really have any confirmation in lore or in game about what they could mean and what they represent, but I mean, none that I can find anyway. But it is an interesting topic that I'm surprised I haven't seen many people talk about. Well, any people talk about, because it's like I've seen people talk about the symbols in Rogue's eyes, which are definitely relevant, and we see some of the Shadow Legion have them too, but it is interesting to see how these might be connected to different types of religions and different types of beliefs, and it just goes to show that like if you want to make something like truly crazy like that, you kind of have to take a bit from everyone, but thanks for watching, and I'll see you in the next one.
What do you want from me? We want the numbers, Mason. That's all we've ever wanted.
Okay, so I wrote this at 1:30 a.m. according to my notes. So if this is a little disjointed, I'm hoping to flesh it out as I read it. So right now you're getting like raw 1:30 a.m. me, but passed through a woken filter. If you believe your weapon wants to end all of existence, then so it will. Tolan the Shattered. Bad Juju is one of my favorite weapons of all time in Destiny, and the flavor text that accompanies it explains what it means to be paracausal. We have all heard of the I think, therefore I am. I mean, specifically with Ergo Sum, a lot of people have been made aware of that phrase in Destiny, but this doesn't have to do anything with Ergo Sum. I'm just drawing a comparison of the phrase. Out in our everyday, we think therefore we are, but having command over paracausal power is more like, I think therefore you are. Therefore this is. Like when you pull out a golden gun, you are believing, I have a gun, Or like the Dawn Blade, it's like you pull it out and it's like, that is a manifestation of your will, of your mind, brought to physical space with the light. Take the 9 for example. The 9, their existence is tied to our perception. At least that's a theory, right? We think, therefore they are. The life in our solar system is what gives the 9 their existence, right? Because we perceive that there is something more, something out there, we are giving them not form, but idea, because the 9 are antimatter. They're not physical, right? And Gaia forms, they're Gaia forms. That's what they're theorized to be in the Antaeus Ward's lore tab. Their existence is tied to our thought, much like the in-game mechanics of Final Shape, where in the campaign we imagine a path with the dark, right? Using the power of our mind. And then it is made physical with the light. The Light versus Dark saga had always been a conflict of form versus formless. You know, the traveler who was a solid mass floating in the city versus the black heart, which was formless and, you know, shifting. And the Nine seek a way to become more real, independent from us, so that if we ever become extinct, they may live on. Yet, creatures such as Nezarec have been able to exploit these paracausal mechanics, making sure that even in death, they'll be able to live on. Whether it is in the back of our minds, in our hearts, in his grave, through the usage of his limbs to empower individuals. And now he's coming back through Mithrax, and we're not sure where this story is going to lead, because Nezarec seems to have a lot of paths laid out for his return. It could be tied to Scions, it could be tied to Mithrax. Who knows? Maybe there's something on the Dreadnought that we might see that connects to him again. Maybe in Apollo there'll be some sort of connection to him too. Because, you know, if you look at that concept art, kind of looks like a cultist thing, and we know that the cult of Nezarec is a thing, right? And if you watched my Mask of the Quiet One video, sorry for plugging, but, you know, actually do go watch it. I talk about Satomi, what role Satomi could be playing within all this. Through our emotions and thoughts, Nezarec clings to existence, while Rulk, dominated by force and vicious subjugation, Nezarec influenced and controlled minds by instilling fear. Ever since Witch Queen, we've been toying with deep sight, where we are able to recall the shape of what the world was, to sort of bend our space into manifestations. In Witch Queen, it was temporary, but as I mentioned earlier, in Final Shape, we find ways to make it sort of permanent, because, you know, they're made physical with both light and dark. We're able to manifest psychic impressions created by intense emotions via this method. You know, impressions that linger on, left behind by conscious thought. The power of Nezarec, of the nightmares, comes from our fear, our enemies' fear. And through that fear, impressions of enemies and nightmares are made manifest. Trauma and obstacles and weapons, they're able to come back. Nightmares that even after so many years still haunt the moon, the derelict Leviathan, the terraformed pyramid ship, as well as distant corners of the solar system. No darkness power has been able to be this absolute across the solar system, and I believe that's because it's the one power that can be like networked in fear, you know? It's compounding. So many people are already afraid of Nezarec. You know, the Neomuni were made aware of them, the Earthlings were made aware of them, the Hive, Elixni, you know, the Scions. It's been around for millennia, not just in our system, but in their systems, affecting them. Nezarec's been playing the long game. You know? He achieved what Oryx wanted, to become synonymous with the universe, to become axiomatic, which, you know, that might be something we could be hearing next season. The power to live on through death. Are they going to see that as heresy, as a heretic? You know, we know it's going to be Xivu or Wrath related, and we might see Savathun, because it's like, you know, come on, it's going to change the whole Hive pantheon. But I'm interested if Oryx is going to come back in this wake too. I keep on talking about death and resurrection, but like, you know, like we just got Skolas back. And Nezarec, he's always going to come back. The power of the mind is so absolute that even the Ahamkara were able to twist desire, to speak with the Anthem Anathemy, to impose will onto reality. It's most interesting that the Ahamkara are so powerful. They fell at the hands of guardians, and a lot of people don't seem to realize this, but the Great Hunt was truly a spiritual battle. You know, a battle between minds and hearts, between the guardians and the Ahamkara. Would absolute will be the dominator? Or would unhinged desire be what eventually wins the day? You know, and for many cases, desire would win, and it would lead to the demise of many. As we know by the result of the Great Hunt, that determination of will is what won the day. Of course, you know that there are no longer any living Ahamkara, none that have hatched from their eggs, none that we know of. But again, to my point, the real battle of the Great Hunt were fought in the mind, ensuring that the Ahamkara wasn't able to grasp onto your desire. Like, the most effort the Guardians had to do in that fight, right? The greatest battle of that fight was not actually killing the Ahamkara, making sure that the Ahamkara wouldn't be able to grasp onto your desires, you know, to gain power and sustenance from that wish and becoming even harder to exterminate. You never know what's gonna be the twist that they put when they grant a wish. So you had to be really careful. Like Saladin, he had that one thing on his mind. He faced the Ahamkara and they were like, oh yeah, I'll grant you a wish, right? And he says, well, I want to fight a dragon. I want to kill a dragon. And so he did, and his prey fell. There are some theories about this fight, implying that maybe that's why the Iron Lords fell. Because Saladin wanted to kill the dragon, and he holds the belief that, you know, we are what we overcome, right? So, like, he is a dragon in that case. So, technically, the Iron Lords shared the same fate. I honestly think that's, like, too much of a crazy theory to put in this video right now, so I'm not going to explore that. But my point is, this is a battle won within the mind of Lord Saladin. Outside of the Ahamkara, there are the Worm Gods, you know, seemingly a relative in the evolutionary line of the Ahamkara, who are able to influence and control through suggestion and enticing of power. Saladin's worm, who fed on lies and deceit and the complexities of confusion like the Mbaru engine. It's an interesting twist of the power of the mind within Destiny's narrative. There's also the cases of the Hive siblings who were summoned to life once again by bearing tribute to the aspects of which they drew power from. You know, and it's all once again something caused within the mind. For Savathun, a great act of trickery was caused, and for Xivu, a great act of war. And from their memories, they were returned. The mind has so many interesting applications and paths to power that are mostly uncharted in Destiny's universe. And with the exploration of the Veil being some sort of soul server or something that connects all people's minds and stuff, and somehow even has paths into the Vex network, you know, it makes it more clear that the absolute power of the universe is the mind. I mean, the Veil networked those the Witness's people into one form to create the Witness. It's clear that the mind is what is truly the dominant power of Destiny's universe. It gives lives to antimatter, and it builds and reveals paths, it haunts, it grants peace. A single thought can alter the history of an entire universe, and perception and desire can destroy anything in its way. The Pale Garden gained form because we envisioned it, because we entered it. You know, our mind created the structures that are there. It responded to our mind and our intention, changed and contorted. And it was our will that eventually defeated the Witness. A collective of peoples from the Elixni, the Cabal, Awoken and Hive, and even humanity, focused on one desire. The desire to end the Witness. And it presents an idea that so many refuse to take in their personal lives. And that is, you are the master of your universe. You may achieve anything that you set your mind to, and no matter who pushes back or what obstacles get in your way, you decide what becomes of your life. If you so desire to change the world, then you will, and that is your power, not just in Destiny, but in your actual life. I feel like this video is a lot more of a loose connection of ideas banded together to prove that there's only one power that is supreme in Destiny, but I really do think it presents Destiny's core values in a really great way. In the end, the Guardians make their own fate.
I'm here. I'm back.
Look, we you.
Let them go.
Father wills you. Give him back.
Don't!
Hear me, Father wills you.
Alright, so Vesper's host comes out today. It's gonna be kind of crazy because, you know, it's like an extension to Deepstone Crypt. You know, the Deepstone Crypt being referenced to as the Morning Star, and Vesper, if you look at the definition, it could be referred to as the Evening Star. So it's like a counter station, like maybe a backup, right? It would make sense if there's more than one crypt, because there's a lot of exos. And then there's also the fact that Atrax is coming back. Let me see. She looks real creepy here. She's kind of like that zombie look for her exo frame, because, you know, I guess this is the same Atrax we fought in Deepstone Crypt. I assumed, I hadn't noticed until today that I rewatched the trailer to get some hype for the dungeon. I thought it was like a whole new Atrax, because, you know, she's an exo, right? She's probably just like a new model. But who knows, maybe she's trying to fix herself. But she does kind of have this weird kind of scorn look to her. But, you know, she's an exo, so I don't think they can turn I doubt she's gonna be like a scorn exo. But she's gonna be a little twitchy, I assume. Hold on. Armor looks cool, but here's the thing. There's like this rewind looking mechanic here. You see, there's like a... I'm assuming this is more than just a transmat. This looks like it's like a rewind effect. Because, you know, at the end of the trailer, we hear... Let me see.
Broadcast repeats.
Yeah, broadcast repeats. Right? That's keywords. And then, in the beginning, we hear that again.
Last broadcast repeats.
So it's got to be some kind of like looping thing, which makes me think it could be linked to the Exo Stranger, to Elsie, because we know that she's been in a time loop since before Destiny 1. But like now we're like at a point where like we've gone beyond what she's experienced, so everything she's experiencing now is new. So I understand we gotta go to... I think we have to go to Spider to get this quest. So that's gonna be interesting. But then after... I heard something that after we have to go talk to Mara. And Mara, she's friends with the stranger. So we might hear something about that. Maybe they're trying to help her out or something. Because, you know, after all, she's done a ton of stuff for us. So might be time to pay back the favor. Because I doubt she wants to go through the loop again. But it is interesting and it is important to see this connection. I don't know. I kind of wanted to make this video just so I can... Because I made a YouTube post about it. But I wanted to see... I feel like having a documented video will feel more concrete. Because, like, I don't know. I'm not basing this off any lore I read this week or anything. But it's like, you know... It's a Brave facility, right? It's apparently like a counter facility to the Deepstone Crypt. And, you know, this is like a blown up thing. So maybe this is just like a piece of the Deepstone Crypt that drifted close to this portal. And so, you know, ever since then, the remaining House Salvation forces on the crypt and Atrax, they like probably tied it all up to this Vex installation or something, which is maybe the Forge Star portal. Who knows? I don't know. We'll see. We'll learn about that today. But yeah, just there's a lot of stuff to think about here. I think we might actually be seeing a possible answer to what Elsie might be going through when it comes to her time loop troubles. So, you know, let me know what you guys think. And I'm gonna go back to watching Raid Zone, the Dungeon Zone today, cause honestly, I love those shows. It's my Super Bowl, so all right. Well, that's it. See ya. Greetings, Guardians. My name is Tacko. I've had this idea for a while. If you don't know what the Uplift Coven was, basically, it's like Neomuna's own Dark Age, in which some Neomuni wanted to become Cloud Striders. Because, you know, it's kind of like the Spartan training in Halo. Pretty large group is trained. Only a select few make it through the process. In the case of the Neomuni, only one person is chosen to go through augmentation. This Uplift Coven went against that and sought out the augments anyway, regardless of who was chosen. And I've had a suspicion about Neomuna that they might not completely trust the Guardians just yet, and may seek to push the Vanguard's military occupation out of the city, despite the fact that there's still an extremely dangerous pyramid vessel parked over their city. Which, by the way, we've hardly explored that ship. That ship is huge, you know? We haven't fully explored any of the pyramids we've been through. And yet, I'm pretty sure Calus's ship is, well, maybe it's not bigger. It definitely rivals the size of other pyramid ships. The Neomuni are a little reluctant to call us Guardians too. They still say Warlords. It's clear that there isn't a total synergy between the humanity on Earth and the one on Neomuna. You know, there's a clear divide between the two. Sure, they might have lent us a Cloud Strider and maybe some weapons for the final shape, but truth is, I mean, who isn't gonna contribute to preventing the end of everything, right? That's just, you know, common sense, I guess. But that divide is what I think could lead to a new Uplift Coven. Feeling threatened by the Guardian's power and using the death of the Cloud Strider Rohan to push the need for more Cloud Striders. At first I thought this could have been led by a Maya Sundaresh exo or something, or maybe a cryogenically frozen Maya, who knows? It's really up to Bungie how convoluted they want to get. They could get real convoluted real fast. But since the Neomuni are in some kind of suspended animation, it kind of makes sense that maybe there's some sort of preserved Maya somewhere. However, given the fact that Maya is probably, and most likely is, the conductor, it might not be her alone. Could be a coalition of some sorts. My second thought would be Clovis. He sent out that message to himself at the end of Season of the Seraph saying they know when they found Neomuna. It might have been about his own plot to become humanity's new Warmind tech god or whatever, but in some likelihood it could have been an effort to hide Neomuna in some way. This could mean he might have been planning something on Neomuna, and given Clovis's role as creator of a ton of important technology, and his name being attached to Siva, which could be a primitive version of the Quicksilver on Neomuna. I mean, Clovis didn't invent it, but it is still under his own corporation. And Neomuna being like a preservation of what the Golden Age might have looked like, it's possible they might have had some imagery and history that may lead them to see Clovis as someone worthy of leading them like their founders. Since Neomuna is still very like a corporate thing, you know, it's a cyberpunk the city. However, when I was getting ready to talk about the idea of a new Uplift Coven, it occurred to me that there is a new threat that could be on the horizon. Or rather, an old enemy on the rise. And this is where it gets interesting. Lysander of the Concordat, who during the events of the City Age, rounded up his forces to stage a coup against the Consensus to force the Vanguard out of the tower. We know this from the Bannerfall Grimoire, which I'll be discussing shortly. But first, during the 2024 Guardian Games, we received the new hoverboards. These skimmers brought with them this lore tab. Do dragonflies do loop-de-loops? You're telling me these skimmers just turned up? Prakesh prods gingerly at one of the boards with his foot. It floats gently in place at the center of the storeroom. A donation for the games, Spider says distractedly. Is that unusual? He grunts, displeased, and gestures sharply. Arha moves the painting slightly left of its current position, wobbling precariously atop his chair. Usually there's a bet involved, Prakesh explains, or it's official Vanguard merchandise. This almost looks like one of those Neomuna skyboards though. And the Vanguard wouldn't be passing that around. Well then, it seems we've lucked out this year. The right, Arha. Arha grumbles but obeys, hefting the frame into position. I think that did it, Prakesh says, squinting at the painting. He doesn't see the point of it. A series of splotchy purple flowers along a dirt path, indistinct trees, but Spider is gazing up at it like it's made of pure ether. Your donor leave a name at least? Spider sighs and reaches for a datapad. Let's see. 2 shipments, personal vehicle, skimmer, gift to the city. Ah, right here, Concordat. Spider looks over at Prakesh, who shrugs. No idea who that is. We've already discovered that the skimmers came from none other than the Concordat. And in the lore tab added from the Taken King, we hear about Bannerfall, describing the events surrounding the multiplayer map, surrounding Lysander and the Concordat. Lysander and the Concordat mark the most recent example of a city political faction rising in opposition to the Consensus. This site marks a legendary battle where New Monarchy Guardians rose to deliver the final blow to the Concordat, unraveling the war effort Lysander sought to bring up against the Vanguard. Lord Shex has commandeered the area, not only to commemorate this last stand, but as a reminder of the city's solidarity against those who seek to undermine the extreme efforts and sacrifice we make together to keep our peace. This is what leads to Lysander's exile from the city. This could link us back to the season of the Splicer, when the factions fled the tower. Who knows? Could the Concordat have sabotaged the device, causing Lakshmi 2's death? Sure, the device was risky and not super reliable. And I mean, using any Vex tech is like playing with fire. But here's the connection. The Vex attack happened in the Elixni camp, leading to Maya's death. Well, Lakshmi 2's death. And what a coincidence that the skimmers went through the Elixni before entering the tower, as we read in the lore tab. Could these skimmers just be the tip of the iceberg of a greater conspiracy involving the Concordat and Neomuni, probably making a new Uplift Coven? An anti-Vanguard sentiment resides within the Concordat and among some of the Neomuni. Hence the reports the Neomuni had against us regarding Vanguard occupation during Lightfall. This secret covenant held together by old rivalries that now, after facing absolute extinction, is made apparent. Assuming skimmers weren't just some last-minute addition because of final shape delays, that means it would have been released during the first episode of Final Shape. The skimmers would have surfaced when the conductor, aka Maya Sundaresh, would have made her appearance. A character with ties to Neomuna. And since Lakshmi 2 is a copy of Maya Sundaresh, this would also mean they would harbor a personal grudge against the Guardians and the Vanguard, further connecting the motives between Lysander and the Neomuni via Maya Sundaresh. We know that the Guardian games was supposed to be during episode Echoes, so it might have been the intent to link all these events together. Do you need more evidence for these connections? In a grimoire card from House of Wolves called Osiris, there's a conversation saying, "You were a mighty warrior. I watched you at 6 fronts, and heeded the call of Saint 14 to appoint you Vanguard Commander. Even when the Concordat claimed to have records proving you were a Golden Age experiment, misincarnated as a human by an inept ghost, Saint 14 assured me you were just a man without much patience for obfuscation." So the Concordat already has a track record of going against specifically Saint 14 and Osiris. They may view their unity as something that could get in their way. And now, the Lakshmi connection. Then, in Season of the Splicer, we hear much friction between Osiris and Lakshmi too, as well as the whispering into Saint 14's ear. Granted, this was before we knew Osiris was Savathun. If you didn't look at the leaks, seriously, please stop leaking plot points. Please stop leaking plot points like this. And stop commenting leaks on Twitter and whatever, because I didn't look at any leaks back then and thought, hey, Osiris is acting kind of weird. But then some dude commented on that and said, well, we already know he's Savathun, as if the leak was the proper way to learn that. Anyway, getting back on track. My point is, Lakshmi thought that was Osiris. So there was probably some old resentments on her part against Osiris. Now, the conductor, who's totally Maya Sundaresh, is once again planting seeds of distrust between the time-broken lovers. Therefore, proving that Maya Sundaresh and Lysander's Concordat may have a shared interest in getting these two separated. And since Maya has this Vex connection, how do we know she wasn't the one to have orchestrated the simulation Saint 14 was stuck in with the Martyr Mind? Perhaps it really is our saint, and the confusion being brought forward is purely some sort of psychological warfare. There's the transmission from last week when Osiris and Saint 14 have different memories of the first time they said I love you. But we know that as displayed by Clovis Bray's experiments on the Exo, that not every memory an Exo has can be totally reliable, because it is possible to tamper in their memories to make sure that they only remember what you want them to remember. There's a lot of missing time between the disappearance of Saint 14 and his return in Season of the Dawn, so there's no telling what kind of other experiments they might have conducted over Saint. I know this all sounds very corkboardy, and I'm definitely reaching with these bits. However, look at these lore entries. Look at the history we've had. The plot thickens. We're only getting started with this Vex plot. However, Maya's ability to manipulate Vex might also be at play here. Sure, it's the first time we've seen the compelled Vex in episode of Echoes, and the compelled Vex are a cause of the Echo directly, you know? However, Maya had experimented on the Vex for much time during the Golden Age, and the city of Neomuna was hidden by the Vex's interference with the planet's own magnetic field, shielding the residents of Neomuna from prying eyes anywhere in the galaxy. So that makes me ask, why would the Vex have an interest in shielding Neomuna? It's not like they ever made it to the Veil's containment chamber. So clearly, they weren't looking for control. Simple. It's really easy. The Vex were used for population control, making sure the Neomuni population didn't get too big. But they couldn't just let the herd thin out entirely. So, Having an enemy like the Vex was a valid excuse for the Neomuni to develop the Cloud Striders. An excuse to continue experiments using the Veil's energy and the Quicksilver to further find ways to manipulate the Vex. Therefore leading to events like the Uplift Coven, an event most likely used to further advance citizens to eventually take Earth by force. This is Maya and Lysander's true plan. It makes sense, you know? As crazy as it sounds, I think there is a seemingly secret alliance that is going to be the start of a new war fought between Earth and Neomuna. A new Uplift Coven, possibly promising augmentations and enhancements to those who swear fealty to the Uplift Concord. And now my trump card. The final nail in the coffin and my ultimate evidence for this secret alliance. A plot to destroy the greatest duo of all time. The greatest titan who ever lived. And the smartest man alive. One last connection between the Concordat and Maya/Lakshmi. When the Concordat got kicked out of the consensus, which faction do you think took their place? Do you know? Do you know which faction stole their spot? None other than the Future War Cult. Yep, that's right. I left the biggest direct connection for last. It's all a conspiracy to trade power between each other until finally reaching the peak of their schemes and achieving absolute power over the people of Sol. Think about it. Future War Cult was the faction to cause the most problems during Season of the Splicer. So it's an internal sabotage that they've been enacting for years, right? The faction wars, the faction rallies, the friction involving the planning of a coup in Season of the Splicer, and then the endangerment of the entire city via the device, which could have been an intentional way of maybe getting Maya Sundaresh into the Vex network via Lakshmi 2. I know, this is super reachy, but still, I think it's worth thinking about. It's all just a conspiracy, and in Season of the Splicer, just like that, by kicking out the factions, we've recreated the fall of the Concordat. It's interesting how all these events that are seemingly unrelated are able to be connected in such a direct way. Two insurrections against two governing bodies, a play for power across the solar system. Why shouldn't more people be Cloud Striders, they asked. It's the same reason why Lysander gave us the Sparrow in Rise of Iron. Because everyone wants something. Greater speed, a rare weapon, a secret. Learn what it is and use it. And just like that. And that's why I think a new Uplift Coven and or Concordat rebellion will be happening. Thanks for watching. This is very reachy, very corkboardy, but I just think it's interesting how you can kind of infer a lot of information if you see the connections in the lore between the Concordat, Future War Cult, Maya/Lakshmi 2. That, it's the promise of power. They can't make Guardians, so probably inspired by the warlords of the Dark Age, they built a narrative against the Guardians, assuming that the Shadow Legion and the Witness would never make their way to Neomuna. However, after Season of the Seraph, they were just completely caught off guard. So they were directly exposed to it. So now they're looking for other ways to claim their power. Giving gifts to Guardians during Guardian games. Using the Echo to control the Vex, and possibly one day promising new power to those who swear fealty to them. But that's about it. That's my conspiracy theory on the Uplift Coven. And I hope you liked this video. And thanks for watching. Have a great week. See you in the next one. I hope you liked the bit in the beginning of it. Perutasya Arashtra. I'll see you Starside. Alright, so I was gonna attach this to the other video, but honestly I think I'd rather just make a small video to be like a, I don't know, DLC for the last one. But like interesting vocabulary I noticed while playing this week's Battlegrounds. The Minotaur. It says uplifted. They're uplifted. And we already know the conductor is Maya because it's obvious. You know, we only have Ishtar collective iconography everywhere. And, you know, we know the MSUN 12 attachment in the Insight Terminus. So, like, this is just connecting her to the Uplift Coven. And her being involved with the Future War Cult connects her to the Consensus and the Concordat, because they took the Concordat's place. So, a new Uplift Coven is coming. It is. This has to be it. You know? And if it's gonna be going with... if it's gonna go through that path of going through uplifting the Vex and then possibly extending that uplift ideology to other people around the system, we could have some sort of return to the Concordat because of its connection with the Skimmers to Neomuna. So it's interesting. It's interesting. And yeah, I'm just gonna leave it real quick, short, 2.5 minute video. But thanks for watching the last videos, and I can't believe that one of those got to 5K. That's insane. But yeah, I'm just making this stuff for fun, and it's really exciting seeing that my ideas might not be too far off the possibility. So I'm reaching, but it's not a bad reach, all right? It's not a bad reach, because I'm gambling with this idea, all right? So, you know, I'll put a card here and the end cards. So check out that last video so you can understand what I'm saying about this. But yeah, Uplift Coven, Concordat, Maya Sundaresh, Lysander, all coming back, and it's gonna start with the Vex. So see you in the next one. Thanks for watching. Man, I went to talk about a little Coldstone last night and got the biggest headache ever. I got a really long script for this one. I might actually ad-lib some of these parts now that I'm recording. As far as exotic missions go, I think Overture is a decently entertaining mission. First time I ever day one complete an exotic mission. In terms of story, I really like it. It's not really as dramatic, nor does it have the same level of gravitas that something like Whispered has, but overall it's a solid mission. The puzzles were a bit simple. It has like a Portal 2 type of vibe. The whole secret underground lab vibe and going around in circles looking for the solution. It's really fun. I personally began overthinking it. I started overthinking when they introduced the portal modules and spent too much time on that room. The answer was a lot more simple than I expected. I've yet to go on a second run to explore that new room that opens up later on, but I will do so soon. Reviewing an exotic mission in Destiny feels like reviewing an album. I don't think it's very fair to review it in a day, so that's not what I'm gonna do, since a lot of these missions require second playthroughs to get the full experience. During the final boss, though, I will say that the shield glitched and became unbreakable, leading me to have to jump off to reset him. Of my 14 deaths, only 13 of them count. Another thing I was kind of thrown off by was that I kind of expected a wyvern in the encounter. Like, it didn't make sense to me to reward a wyvern style weapon and then follow to deliver another Hydra boss. I think it was an entertaining boss fight, but it still felt like a misstep for that reason. I just think we have enough Hydra and Minotaur bosses. I would have mind if they had like remastered like Vex Hydra from D1, you know, the Nexus, because it would be thematically at home. I can really appreciate the art of this mission because there's this part that looks like you're walking inside of a piano, and it really sells the size of it. There's also some areas that I think were callbacks to Destiny 1 strikes, specifically the Venus ones. And I mean this in terms of layout and design, because they kind of reflect the structure that's found on Venus. I spent about 92 minutes playing through it, but I did tend to wander a lot because I like looking at the environment. Like I mentioned, the piano part, it feels like you're crawling through this giant piano, and it kind of gives Whisper vibes, but that's about where those vibes end. They don't really follow you throughout the whole dungeon. There's just like an outer layer of the conductor's domain that feels whispery, but it doesn't keep that up during the rest of the mission, which I kind of wish they did, but it's good that they're going for like their own thing in this mission. That being said, it kind of helps solidify, that one little moment does solidify the connection that I had made from Whisper to the conductor, you know, and maybe even the Uplift Coven. I don't mean for that to be a plug, but check out my other videos to see what I'm referring to, because this could be a significant plot point in the future for both Neomuna's and Earth's ruling powers. I'm not going to cover everything in this video. However, I do want to talk about what I think is the biggest revelation, and that is the presence of Chioma Essie. Not just one, but maybe thousands among the simulated versions of her. Maya is aware of our presence and talks to us directly, Quaria style, down here in her domain, where she reformats Vex and such. She's also attempting to merge and create some kind of Vex Exo hybrid, a Vexo, if you will. Design-wise, these kind of remind me of the Dark Makers or KG bots from Jack 3, and this is like exactly what I've wanted to happen for the Vex. I always thought they could have done this with Clovis, since he's kind of got that whole machine immortality thing going for him, metaphysical transcendence via digital consciousness. You know, we don't know exactly what Clarity was, if it was actually at the center talking to Clovis, or if it was the Witness or the Winnoware themselves, but it does seem Clarity would be silent now. This actually sounds like an important bit of information that we can come back for another video. What's up with Clarity Control now that the Witness is dead? Does that hold any power still? That's an important question, but let's get back on track. But I do think it's a lot cooler that we're seeing Maya go through this instead, because the character has always had this creepy science vibe going, way stronger than Clovis did, especially since one of her simulated selves seems to have tortured Clovis himself while on the operating table. That bit's crazy, by the way. But in this week's lore tab, we get some interesting material from her, describing the moment she was able to break free from the network and declare herself an individual once more. I'll read the relevant bits. My first thought when I wake, I must tell Chioma what happened. What a thrill. Every aspect will fascinate her. Entering the veil felt like an existential disrobing, the willing extraction of myself from my matter, shedding my body as a slip, and diving into an infinite well of collective thought. You will marvel at how I was able to survive, buoyed by countless threads of connection and universal consciousness. How I rode the wave aloft, kept me constant, myself as my own, to stand separate and singular from the gravity of the immeasurable collective. She'll be proud, she'll come with me a second time. We'll dive through worlds together, loved and beloved. Neptune can wait. I left the reach of the Veil's thread when I collided with the familiar angles of the Vex network, didn't I? Yes, I did. When I find her, I must reassure her that I remained myself. It was so tempting there, tumbling from the memories of a being that groans in a staccato radiation to the mournful dirge of a planet itself. The universe is aware, it is alive, and I rode its riptides far enough that for a while I was worried that my voice may thin into the chorus. But I was able to stay together through the only conviction that remained, that I am true, that although I felt innumerable mysteries in that place without form, I remained Maya all the same. Even among an endless universe, I was always distinct, a sensation, impact, pressure, contact. I am not certain I have hands, but whatever part of me exists is touching an object. It woke me. I am me, and I need to sit up. Everything is fluid, but the urge to rise sloshes what part of me I decide is mine upwards, forwards. I have no eyes, no heart, but I feel for my edges and sense that they are endless, liquid expanse that plunges into the seams of the planet itself. Unnerving, intriguing. It seems I am matter again. I recall Lakshmi too, a fine false maquette, and hold its memory in place as I cling tight to the object in my hand. Shape me a body. My outline condenses. I define my silhouette, my limbs, my fingers. What good was 1.5 meters of heartburn at night and high cholesterol? My body is now a vast and flawless sea. As I form my neck, I lift the object in my hand, and it shapes in turn. I wear it as a mantle, as a prize. I reach through my new body, and at the core of me, I am filled with acidic wriggling, the sour milk of the Vex. I purge them out. I am not Vex, I assert, and they spill from me as bile. What I am left with is an exoframe, and the mantle at my neck, and a new voice in the back of my mind. I finish my eyes and see the current milk dormant at my feet. I am unharmed, and still I am not Vex. They respond to my command. I realize my hand at the mantle around my neck. Tell me, how long has passed since I last encountered the Vex? They do. Through the Vex at my feet, they whisper it in unencoded ease. The number is gargantuan. I begin to panic. It is impossible. And my first thought is of her. Her. Tell me where Chioma Essie is. They search, and they tell me the woman who holds my heart in her hands has laid in a grave for hundreds of years. In a rage, I tell them to mutilate one another. The milk at my feet boils in violence. My Chioma would not depart so mundanely. My Chioma would come find me. My Chioma is still here. My beloved does not rot in a grave. The world itself is broken. Time has snapped. Chioma, my world, my life, cannot be dead. She must have joined the VexNet again. She would have searched for me there, sorted among the hundreds of copies of us to find the true version of myself. Her Maya, so too I will search. I love her. I would know her in the darkness of a cave and the blinding glare of a sun. She is unique in all ways, precious and without fault. I know the real Chioma is alive. Primary query. Find the true Chioma Essie. I command through my tears. She is out there, searching for me. In turn, I will find the Chioma I already love. I know this. I know this. I really like where they're going with Maya. I really do. Because she recognizes her other identities. Her original human self on Neptune, which I didn't know she was human when she went to Neptune. I assumed that they were already Exo at the end of the Golden Age, but I guess I was wrong. She recognizes her other identities, her duplicate Lakshmi 2 of the future war cult, and her simulated selves within the Vex network, eventually becoming Maya 12. Having lived all these different lives via her simulated selves, she offers something that the Vex don't have.
Imagination.
Imagination. And with the Echo of Command, she's able to give them that, to strengthen her Vex by making them act different. And I think this exotic mission finally does exactly that, and shows us why her Vex are so different. This season, for the most part, I was kind of unimpressed, because they were like, oh, the Vex are changing and stuff, but really all we see are Precursor Vex resurfacing, and now the Soul Collective have this compelled collars around their neck. So, you know, it was like, oh, big whoop. But I think when it comes to the behavior and structure of enemies and the environment of the mission, we finally get to see that they are acting different. Additionally, I'd like to add that this season I do like that new transmat effect they have, where they have like that little dome where they keep on coming out of. I think that's a lot cooler than what we've gotten them before. It makes their spawning a lot more unique, you know, because like I can understand the Hive just teleporting in, you know, the Fallen, they always come on skiffs, and Cabal in Destiny 2, they always come out with their drop pods. So what do the Vex have? They just teleport in? No, I like that they have a little dome now. They're able to have like a defensive shield that they can use. It adds an interesting variable to gameplay. But whatever. Maya is reforming the Vex into a faction that may have its individuality now, giving them stuff to think about, to be able to forge their own destiny, which would be fine, I guess, if they weren't trying to turn everyone else into Vex. Like, think about it. Is individual Vex, I think, would actually probably weaken the Vex, if I'm being honest, because they've always been so organized, and, you know, it hasn't guided them wrong all these years, but I guess individuality would make them a lot less vulnerable to something like the Taken or something. But whatever, that's off topic. Whatever, that's really off topic. Like Ikora says, Maya is taking comfort in the familiar by remaking the Ishtar structures on Nessus. It almost has me convinced that we could end up getting back to Venus somehow. I mean, they already started remastering some of those assets because they made Vogue. Maybe, just maybe, they'll remake some more areas, and maybe it'll be a new expansion soon enough. Maybe Maya might retreat after we fail to capture her this season, but maybe we'll seize the Echo of Command for ourselves. I don't know, because honestly, a change like this to the Vex doesn't feel like a single season thing. At least it shouldn't be, unless they do mean to wrap up this loose end for some reason. Maya is looking to revert the universe back to a time like the Golden Age. She believes that by merging ourselves with the Vex, that we could achieve that. And she's using Chioma as a way to find that Golden Age. Like, oh look, it's gonna be the time where Chioma still loves her. It's gonna be the time where things are still perfect, right? And she believes that merging ourselves with the Vex is the way to achieve that. And really, for the Vex, this is business as usual, because they've always sought to become one with the universe. That if every world were Vex, if they would ensure their own survival for all time, that every timeline would end the same way, that it may end with the Vex and nothing but the Vex, you know? They'd become a mathematical inevitability. And with these Vexos, she may be seen to blur the line between species as they are and the Vex. Deep into the domain, we find a recording of Maya interrogating a Vexo hybrid frame implanted with a simulation of Chioma, one that Maya deemed flawed and defective. The conversation sounds ripped from Deepstone Crypt lore. Clovis might have been a mad scientist, but Maya definitely takes the cake on this one, because now she's always been, like, actually insane. We see this frame splayed and dissected and merged with Vex technology, far from what Exos were meant to be. There's even this giant head one, not as big as Clovis's, but there's like a big head with like pipes coming out of it and stuff. This is how she's prototyping what she envisions as the perfect future, you know? searching for the lost golden age among a vast ocean of data. It's unclear whether she can or cannot find what she's looking for, but it is a matter of time, like Osiris says. There's no mention about changing what they might be capable of, but we know the Vex have never been able to accurately simulate paracausality. But maybe with the Echo, with their own set of paracausal forces at their command, they might be able to achieve what they're looking for. This all makes me wonder, like, does she actually have control? Like, is she actually controlling the Echo of Command, or is the Echo of Command controlling her? Ikora says that Maya has exactly what she wants, control, right? But does she? Does she really? This feels like a red herring, right? Like here's this thing. We already said that she's in control, but maybe they're gonna subvert that later. Are the voices that she mentions actually the one in control? Because, like, you know, in Mind Body, the lore tab we just read, she mentions that there's a voice in the back of her mind still talking to her. You know, like, this could be the Vex themselves, but it's probably the Echo, and it's got me thinking, what is the voice within the Echo, right? Is it it's unclear if it is the Echo itself. Maybe it's the Traveler, who knows? If it's the Winnower or a Vex mind coercing her. Is it that great quiet one that lies in the network? Because we know that it interacted with it. What exactly even is the quiet one? Is Satomi involved with this in some way? Again, I don't mean to plug, but I have a video about the quiet thing, the quiet one theory, and I think it poses a great question that is super relevant to this season. Pay attention to the vocabulary. They mention voices. We're hearing voices. Maya is hearing voices. If her search for an accurate Chioma simulation is this fruitless, then who's to say her own control is what's actually commanding here, you know? I do have to say this, as a Vex fanboy, I'm really liking this season. I do, alright? Because Choir of One displays, when the Vex don't understand something, their default is to worship it. They did it in the Black Garden, and they're doing it now. When the Vex aren't able to simulate, predict, or overcome a variable, their response leads to study, and the study leads to reverence. And it's clear that they now revere the conductor, the once human, now turned Vex subjugator, and this changes what's going to make the Vex more interesting as we continue down this path, because the Vex's gods have been dead for a while. You know, we destroyed the Black Heart twice now. We prevented the resurrection of the Black Heart, and we destroyed the Sanctified Mind. You know, this is gonna get interesting, but that's about it for this video. I just had a Jolly Rancher slushie, but I've been thinking about this for a week now. Last week in Battleground Core, we eliminated Antioptes, the Hypogean Sentinel, and it's really interesting because in this battleground there are Vex taken deep into the core of Nessus. It's quite the interesting battleground, and it seems like there might be more to this guy than we think. So after you complete that week's story, you get an interesting lore tab that we'll go over it in this video. So this week I got a homework for you. These are keywords to look for and add to your vocabulary. Make sure to look out for these words for the rest of the season. Worms, whisper, voice, against, domination, anti, them, speaker, and quiet. Alright? Make sure to look out for those words, because they all might be super important. Because I think I figured out what Antioptes might have been built for, and it's all in their name. Well, as we all know, the Vex have a lot of connections to Greek mythology. Starting with the less subtle part of his name, a Hypogean Sentinel. This term is pretty self-explanatory, since Hypogean basically means underground, you know, and Sentinel is watcher. So basically, Antioptes is the underground watcher of the Vex on Nessus. as a sentinel and a soldier and or guard that keeps watch. It's big Cyclops, so yeah, I guess that's obvious. But the more interesting part of their name is what you get when you break that name down. If you grab the name Antioptes and break it down by anti, meaning against, op being similar to ops, which could mean voice or confronting, and tes can be aligned with the definition of them. So the name Antioptes could mean voice against them. It's a really interesting thing, because what is it against? And there are multiple ways to interpret this, because, you know, voice against them is quite interesting. What could this voice be against? Could be trying to drown out a Whisper, perhaps. Recently we got back Whisper the Worm, an exotic mission in which we delve deep into the heart of Io, the first place the traveler blessed in the solar system, a planet brimming with light, and one with much interest to the Vex. This leads us to Zol, Will of the Thousands, exiled worm god of the Hive, aligned with Nokris, trapped beneath Hela's basin in Mars as a seemingly disappointing strike boss. However, Zol is the weakest of all the worm gods, so which leads me to my next point. Zol, like many before and even after him, wanted to be, as Oryx described, axiomatic with the universe, you know? To basically become one with unmaking and killing and stuff like that. So that's why in the lore tab for Whisper the Worm, he says, "Wield me and use me to test your foe." Even in death, giving himself the sword logic. Like Nokris, Zol had a connection to the idea of living after death. Death being a metamorphosis. Existence asserted by violence. Zol was being sustained by the IO taken, even in death. In that way, he was technically immortal. And he still lives through us with Whisper the Worm. This was achieved when he spoke with the Anthem Anathemy to become Hegemon, which Merriam-Webster, a hegemony, I don't know if I'm spelling that right, hegemony? I don't know. Probably that sounds correct. As a preponderant influence or authority over others, aka domination. It's clear that the Vex are being controlled by a new power, aka the Conductor, which is why the Taken were driven there. It's possible the Taken aren't there because of Zol, even though Zol has a connection to the Vex and the Taken. As I mentioned before, the Whisper lore tab reads, "Death is a metamorphosis." It's possible Zol might have changed into something else, become something different. I make this connection because last week's lore tab is very interesting, because it's describing a thing called a knot worm. Clearly, the writer wanted us to associate this knot worm with the worms, because otherwise they would have called it a knot worm. It is described as the Great Quiet thing. Leads me to my next point, which leads me to something very interesting, because where is another place we've heard about a quiet one? Titans might be ahead of me on this one, because Mask of the Quiet One, added in the Red War, the Quiet One reads as follows: "Must you all be so dark? You're too focused on the horns. I have died hundreds of times, hunting the shadowed killers in Murder Row. I spent years mulling over Toland and Osiris's discourse on Thanatonautics. I have dabbled a bit myself and saw what lingers immediately upon all death. What I have done is found a way to channel the void, to draw that essence in before it is lost to the ether, to return it to the light, so it can be properly bestowed back on our enemies. Death does not need to be final. It can in fact be recycled. So what's so dark about that?" Satomi, architect of the mask. There's a lot to unpack here. Clearly this Satomi guy is a guardian, you know, he's died thousands of times. He studied Thanatonautics. A lore tab added from D2's beta, Mementos from the Wild, mentions Satomi. And these are the only two places where we can read Satomi's name. In the Mask of the Quiet One, and in this Mementos from the Wild, stating the speaker thinks he's onto something, connecting Satomi to the speaker, and interestingly enough, Andal Brask, the former Hunter Vanguard, before Kate 6. This connection to the speaker plays into the key vocabulary of this week. The speaker being a voice in the light, and the quiet one being a voice, or rather, a silence, in the dark. There's only 2 entries mentioning Satomi, so not much is known about him, but his relation to the speaker gives me ideas. So, like I said, we don't know much, so this is mostly speculation and theory on my part. Returning to the theme of voices and whispers, maybe, just maybe, Mask of the Quiet One is similar to that of the speaker's mask, an instrument used to listen and interpret dreams. Perhaps the Mask of the Quiet One is linked to this great quiet thing we learned of in last week's lore tab. Both Whisper of the Worm and the Quiet Thing mention death being a part of gaining power, to change and explore death. Even mentioning the discussions between Osiris and Toland the Shattered on Thanatonautics. So, could this Quiet One be some evolved worm somewhere deep in Nessus? Could death be some sort of cocoon from which the worms can enter and be changed? There is much talk, and they have listened through rock and metal and time, but they have not talked yet. But we're waiting and listening, waiting for them to reveal themselves. I know this kind of seems like well, we don't know what we don't know. However, it's clear that this not worm might have been a worm, or will be a worm, at one point. Possibly, having crossed this road Zol and Nokris walked, it's important that we acknowledge the Taken presence, and its association with Zol. Zol had some command over the Taken on Io during the Whisper mission, and if this not worm is related to, or is Zol that has now gone through some metamorphosis into some dark thing, it may be important to the future of Nessus and the Taken we discovered down there. So during this episode, please look out for this vocabulary. Worms, whisper, voice, against, domination, speaker, and quiet. This is going to be important if we're going to figure out the mystery of the not worm, because if Antiochtes is no more, then this underground sentinel might have been the one thing keeping it from surfacing once more. I'll also leave you with the question: is the Quiet One the same as the Great Quiet Thing? If so, what does that mean for Satomi and Nessus? So, eyes up, Guardian. We got some vocabulary to look for this season. But that's it from me for this week. Keep an eye out, and I'll see you next time. Thanks for watching.
Captain, I am analyzing the latest research sample you brought me, and it is of
Pingers!
I love him!
I have nothing to back this up, if I'm being honest. Nothing. However, Oryx, Taken King, my goat. I think he's coming back. I think he's coming back, and maybe he'll come back normally, but also it kind of feels like he might come back in a different way too, you know? And this is gonna sound insane because it's kind of it's extremely convoluted. Like, I think if they were to do this, this would probably be one of the more strange and most insane convoluted things Bungie could ever do with Destiny. It doesn't just because it's convoluted doesn't mean it sounds impossible, because this doesn't sound impossible. But I think Oryx could come back as like some sort of Vex simulation. Now that's crazy, but in week 3 of Act 2 of Echoes, right, we help Saint get his groove back, and we enter the Vex library where the Vex have archived their simulations at the Court of Nessus. Basically, it's like the Vex's OneDrive, where they have all their docs organized for preservation purposes. But it got me thinking. When we went into that library, into the Vex network, it got me thinking, what other things had the Vex simulated in the past? Other than the Ishtar Collective and Saint 14 and who are those guys that worked for Clovis when they went through that portal in Europa? They simulated those guys too. Can't remember what lore book they're from or anything. Obviously it's something from Beyond Light. But it got me thinking. Quoria had made an attempt to simulate Oryx. Back in the Books of Sorrows 42, he says, "You will never be what I am. Simulate me, wretch. Calculate the permutations of my divinity. Compute the death in the shape of my throne. Render my shadow on the stone of 10,000 graveyard worlds. It will never be enough. I hold the tablets of ruin. I speak to the deep. Not with a galaxy of thinking matter could you encompass me. Behold." And it's not able to accurately simulate Oryx. It can't calculate him because of how complex his interactions with the universe make him, you know? His parasite, his relation to the deep, mystery of the power of taking, which nobody has been able to claim the power of taking other than Oryx, you know? I mean, I guess the Witness can take, can he? Pretty sure he can. Pretty sure the Witness can take. Whatever. In other chapters, Quoria still tries it anyway. However, the best Quoria could do was take a best guess. It couldn't accurately simulate it. So then Quoria was able to devise a simulation of Oryx without his worm. No wings, or morphs, or his weapon. Like it says in End of a Failed Timeline, it was good for nothing. Basically, it was just a tiny clone of Oryx. And, you know, what would you do with a tiny clone of Oryx? But Quoria tried it anyway, and Oryx's reaction reads as follows. Quoria observes, alert and attentive, as a single quirk splits on the tip of Oryx's sword. From within the Hydra Hall, Quoria's tiny, not Oryx, speaks. What are you? It says, manifesting terror and awe. Oryx's eyes blaze with curiosity that is entirely isomorphic with hate, with voracious hunger. Orash, he says in his hive language, you've made me as I was. You've made a tiny Orash. Ha! Quoria updates the simulation's name. Orash is curious. You're me. You're me as I become. Now, it's interesting that vocabulary, because I didn't think of this lore tab when I was making the Not Worm video, because Quoria names the Oryx simulation Not Oryx. So clearly there's something really important in that phrasing. The Great Quiet Thing is referred to as a not worm. So there's a chance that this not worm is actually just a worm, but it's not a worm because it's not that worm. You know, it's a simulation of that worm. So my two ideas is that maybe this not worm could be a simulation of Zol. He was on Io, he was on Mars, both planets related to the Vex. Both planets involving the Vex in heavy ways. So maybe this not worm could be a render of Zol or any other worm god or something. But it is interesting that it's not a worm, and this is not Oryx. So this library has archived simulations of so many things. They even kept Saint around. So clearly, the Vex like to keep information about their enemies. It's interesting. Quoria updates the simulation name to Orash. So maybe, deep in this archive, this simulated Orash is still in there, as well as this simulated not worm. Maybe it's been classified as the not worm because maybe it is a simulation of Oryx's worm. You know, if we're seeing this in like the classifications of like a bool value, right? It's like, oh look, if not worm, this, you know? You use bools a lot in game development, and given that the simulations have a lot to do with game development and possibility generation, I think it's safe to say that the Vex might use values such as integers and booleans like that to classify certain states of different simulations. Like, this is Oryx, not worm. Or it is just not worm as in false, it's not a worm. I don't know if you guys can keep up with that. I don't know if I'm explaining that well, because it does feel like I'm going in circles. It's been quite a long time. Maybe the Vex never stopped experimenting on the simulation as Oryx was. Maybe they kept on trying to replicate Oryx so they could somehow begin to understand how he works and how the creation of Taken work. We know the Vex are capable of displaying respect for those who are able to reign over them, so maybe in this way they pay back Oryx for studying them, you know, because Oryx studied them and the Vex studied Oryx back. And so in these Vex simulations, perhaps Orash is becoming something greater, an experiment cultivated through quiet experimentation, quiet iteration. And now I made a video already about the not worm, so I'm not going to spend completely all my time talking about it, and I'm just spitballing here. I know the episodes aren't really happening one after the other. They're just releasing that way. There's no clear order in which these events are going to be happening. However, it is interesting that we're coming back to the Dreadnought soon enough. So what's going to happen to this great quiet thing, really? What is a not worm? A classification for an alternate Oryx? One that witnessed the peak of its evolution and perhaps could strive towards it? Or just a previously unknown worm god or beast of some sorts? Whatever it is, I really can't shake it off, because I'm looking out for what this thing could be. And remember your vocabulary words. Keep a lookout for all of these, because like I should have added not to that list, because like not Oryx and not worm. So these two things can't be unrelated, you know? This is from the Books of Sorrows. Like, easily one of the most well-known books in Destiny. So they could be taking something from that to try and build something up for the future. Anyway, but that's about it. You know, I don't know if we'll ever really get a cyberized Oryx, you know, like a Vex, like a Vex blended Oryx, but it does kind of fit the knowledge thing, you know? Like, what if Oryx did come back as like some Hive mutant cyborg? We've seen Hive combined with other types of technology before, so who knows? Maybe the Vex are able to figure out what they could do. Maybe Oryx would be open to it, because Oryx is all about expanding his knowledge and searching for new things. I mean, he'll definitely be pissed that they resurrected him, but I guess it wouldn't be a resurrection and more like a conjuration, since he is a simulation brought into the world through thought. So I guess it's a different thing. And if the Orash aspect is to be the angle they go for this, then maybe it just could be Orash coming into the real world as without Oryx, you know? And maybe this not worm would be some way to fuse the two ideas together and create some sort of artificial cyborg Oryx. By the way, I gotta add, this is some crazy play 4D chess move from Oryx to achieve his goal of becoming axiomatic by becoming this cyber Vex virus thing. That's crazy. It's a full circle moment. Because, like, we can't get rid of the Vex. You can't undo what they did to Nessus. You can't get rid of them on Mars, Io, Mercury, any world the Vex are involved with. They are permanently stuck there. So maybe Oryx seeks that, and in being simulated by the Vex, he ensured his quantum immortality. That's interesting. And this is just a side note before we go. The Kugu came up again this week. It's interesting how much Hive worm-related news is coming out during this Vex season. It just seems like we might be seeing more about the eons-long rivalry between the Hive and Vex. You know? Space versus time. But, yeah. That's it for me. I hope you guys liked the video. Feel free to share your thoughts. But yeah, this video is very much like basically fan fiction, I guess. But, I don't know. I think the groundwork's there. And, let me know what you think. Thanks. See you in the next one.
It does not matter if I am the real saint or the true saint. Every me is me. So
The Shadow Legion's back with a new daddy. Bros. Shadow Legion are looking for something. Yerix is back in the picture. And with the remnants of the Black Fleets wearing fealty to her. So, this one's going to be interesting. Crazy how Choir of One is connected to so many things. I think it is the most connected exotic mission we've ever seen. It connects to Dead Messenger, links up perfectly with Whisper, and his portal, and the voices in Maya's head. The Veil, which we still don't 100% understand what it is, but last week we got some insight about it. Apparently you can go inside it and feel the universe like Maya did. She reached into the Vex net, which is why they were able to create the Cloud Arc and Neomuna. It's also connected to Insight Terminus as relevant again. I'm not going to talk about it though, because honestly, anytime anyone ever talks about the Oxa Machine, it's just regurgitating the same talking points every single time. So I don't really care. That feels more linked to the Future War Cult than anything else, which is relevant. But this isn't another Uplift conspiracy video. I have plenty of those already. I mean, it was relevant already with Maya 12 coming into the picture. But it's important to check this out, bros. Yeah, it looks like the Shadow Legion is looking for that stuff. But, like, really, you see one prediction engine. You see them all, you know? Maybe the Oxa Machine is the most advanced one in the universe or something. But, come on. Really? Like, maybe it's foolproof and able to be used way more effectively than the device. But, you know, it's just... when you think about it, like, yeah, I guess Lakshmi 2 fried her brains using the device in Season of the Splicer. And, you know, I guess it could be that she was always looking for a way to go back to the Golden Age. You know, who knows? You know, that's a whole other pack of worms to unpack. Maya's got an interesting friend that could be a lot of things. That's a whole other video. And based on the descriptions of the voice in her head, I think it could be a Kugu, you know? Could be. Is Tikal the voice? Could Tikal be the Great Quiet Thing? The Great Quiet One? I don't know. And, you know, it could be related to Scions and stuff. Maybe Eurix is playing tricks on Maya to make a play for the Echo and the Oxa Machine. So, but if it is a Kugu, that kind of throws a wrench into the stuff. Let's get into the title of the video, you know? Eurix. She's back. She was first mentioned in Season of the Chosen in the book Captain's Log Entry 3. Lust and Reappropriation Part 2. That is a long title, and I think I need a nap after reading it. In this chapter, she makes herself known to Catabases on the Glycon, and speaks with another Scion named Quinzik. I think that's how you pronounce it. Who is sympathetic to her cause. and even allows catabases to pass through the glycan with no resistance. And we all know how that ends for catabases. So,
Guardian down.
and then she appears again in the Palindrome tab as she reminisces on the failures of the Red Legion and her grievances against Gaul about how many credit him as the creator of the light suppressing technology. It wasn't the Cabal that made it, but Scion workers that did it. So, you know, sounds like a working man's people. And, you know, as we know, Destiny's not political at all. So that's not going to be in anything, is it? Yes, it is. Of course it is. Obviously it is. It's a political story. It's a political thing. You know, she's literally trying to take down the Cabal government. So, whatever. Urix is one of the most cunning threats in the solar system, clearly with an ability to manipulate her way to positions of power. An act of kindness there, well, you know, kindness in quotes. Deception over here, a play for power there. You know, she's an interesting character that's been in the background for quite a few years now, since as early as Beyond Light. And hey, I don't know how psionic visions work exactly, or if they can even have visions that are uninterrupted by paracausal forces, because, you know, the way psion abilities work, they're kind of connected to each other, I guess, and they kind of see, they can kind of communicate with the dead a little bit. I don't know, kind of. It's a whole other thing, but you know, maybe she knew the witness was gonna go down. You know, maybe she knew it was gonna be easy to take power in the vacuum. You know, we fought two of her newly devoted followers in Overture. Urix is, you know, as displayed, Urix has been an extremely opportunistic scion, but she should have hired a scion who was a little quicker on that feet with that dagger if she wanted Zavala dead. There's a separatist movement going on led by her, described by Orok. I don't know how to say that name, whatever. It's a sci-fi name, you know, Orok, I don't know, I guess that's it. And one of my favorite ghost shells during Season of the Risen. The ghost shell is also what teases the Season of the Haunted, as well as the Shadow Legion. The only other person that could sway the Scions to their side is Callus. You know, they're not going with Keitel. You know, after all, Season of the Risen, she let one of their own die. You know, because they probably still hold that against her for sending a Scion into the city, and look what happened. He's dead, with almost no justice being made. They were supposed to kill Crow, but instead they took a general, made him their own. It could be used as propaganda for the Scions to go like, oh look, this is what one of our own lives are worth. Are we really that free? Now I don't think they're going to be calling out on Callus anytime soon, because, you know, obviously he's dead. Something about something about the disciples of the witness is that they have this psionic persistence that remains even after death. Rolk, who has his mental impressions on relics within his pyramid, you know, the Leviathan's rib, the big worm, the upended, stuff like that. Callus, who had many imprints in the Leviathan, it's clear that the witness made Callus a new body, and we get to see that concept art and some more detail of that transfiguration that Callus experienced in Lightfall. Well, before Lightfall, because he was already, you know, set up before that. And of course, Nezarek is another big connection to the Scions that shows that he also has a presence after death. You know, he was an ancient god to the Scions. He's haunted our system for a very long time. The nightmares being the most extreme example of a disciple's presence after death. And I made a whole video about nightmares and such. It's the most watched video on the channel, actually, by like a long shot. But it's important to recognize the connection between the Scions and these two disciples. Callus is the reason there are freeborn Scions in the first place. They are only one of the many species conquered by the Cabal and integrated into the Empire. And it wasn't until Callus's rule where they were made freeborn citizens, making the alliance with Callus have some degree of sense. However, I'm not sure where I read this, or because it was a while ago and I couldn't find it anywhere. So it makes me question whether that's an actual thing or not. But the whole... because there seems to be some friction between the Scions and Callus's regime. But I think it's just that Scions are kind of wanting more because, you know, they got colonized, man. I can't blame them, you know? Living under the heel of an empire that their people didn't really get to choose to be a part of. It was just kind of forced upon them through conquest. I can't think of any real world parallels that I personally identify with. None that most people like to talk about. Kind of like the but you know, we'll move on from that. But yeah, there seems to be some friction between the two, but it was clear that Yurix might have seen a future for her and her conclave, probably a means to find their perfect end, which is kind of what everyone's going for this year, you know? But we're probably not going to see Yurix for a while. And, you know, now, because of the Witness, they have actual darkness powers with the Dread-type units. And it's clear that the Shadow Legion and Dread have some degree of control over Taken. So we see this during the Lightfall and Final Shape, as they have had under their command all three forms of Scions. We have the average Shadow Legion Scions, the Dread type Scions, and the Taken type Scions, all working together. It's unclear how deep these psionic connections could go, but as I mentioned before, the Cult of Nezarec is another avenue from which the Scions may be seen as true heirs to the forces of the Witness, as they've worshipped Nezarec for quite a long time, and that's most definitely the reason why their helmets and decor have so much in common with that of Nezarec. And since Nezarec is primarily a force reliant on the mind, it's clear that they may still have some sort of strong connection to him, as Nezarec made his presence known in the Root of Nightmares. Nezarec even shares some abilities with Scions, like the void energies that are used to propel their opponents into the air. You know? It could be that during that brief awakening of a dormant god, they might have been able to commune and somehow preserve his conscious mind in our world. As Nezarec himself states at the end of the raid, saying his memory will never extinguish. In your calmest moments, your deepest slumber, you will remember me, Guardians. He's the only disciple to not go down shouting for the Witness, you know? The only one. That's real power there, man. Basically, Nezarec promised he'd come back, and I don't know. I don't know how old Yurix is, or if she has some connection to the Cult of Nezarec. And this could be related to Atsa and the Oxa machine, because who knows how old they are too. You know, they could be ancient because they accessed the same files as MSUN 12 in the Insight Terminus. You know, I know I said I wasn't gonna talk about it, but I'm mentioning it. It's not even in the script what I'm saying. I'm just saying it, okay? But I've yet to find any mention implicating her to have a connection to Nezarec, you know? It's a really tough one to deny though, because, you know, Scions and Nezarec, it's a religious thing, you know? One of their gods came back for a moment, you know? And he just straight up said, yeah, I'll come back again, because I always come back. Purple energy, purple guy. Anyway, the Dread units, at least when it comes to the confirmed ones, only the Tormentor and Subjugator are like mini clones of Nezarec and Rulk, holding impressions and battle prowess from them. Again, I have a video on that too. Some people seem to really have liked that. I kind of still like that video. But it's not clear how much free will these tormentors and subjugators have. Maybe they were compelled to join Euryx. However, they have been placed in command of forces before, so we know that they have some degree of autonomy and commanding presence themselves. Much like higher ranking Taken that still have somewhat of a will of their own. But I'm curious to see how the story will grow. I would continue to explore the potential Kugu rivalry I'm theorizing in this video, but I think I'm gonna have to leave that for another day because this script is getting really long. But I really want to get back to working on my game too, so I don't want to spend all my time making Destiny videos because I have a game to make. Also, before I go, I might make another Uplift conspiracy video because we got a lot going on as of late, and I honestly don't understand how many people are uploading so many videos on this one exotic mission that I kind of want to talk about something else. Because, you know, there is a lot to explore in this mission, but also I don't want to talk about the same things that everyone else is talking about. So, you know, I kind of want to stay talking about the occult stuff on Destiny. What's going on here? But yeah, tell me what you think. You know, is how much control does Euryx have over this new Shadow Dread alliance? Could they? What exactly are they looking for? Are they actually looking for the Oxy Machine? Are they looking for a way back to their own golden age? Maybe. Are they looking for a Kugu? The one that's speaking to Maya, the Oxy Machine. Are they just looking to take the Echo? I mean, probably. But there's so much going on here that it's tough to say what exactly they're going for. And yeah, this time I actually did remember to mention the portal from Whisper. So, but that's about it from me. And special thanks to my Patreon members. You're a great audience, and I'm glad you've chosen to support my creative projects. And here are the names for the month. And if you'd like to have your name on this screen as well as gain access to a library of 3D models, you can join the Patreon for as little as $5 a month. So, you know, that's about it. Didn't want to sound like an ad there at the end. I just, you know, I appreciate the support, and if you guys want to fund my 3D projects and games, I'd be more than grateful. Thanks for watching the video, and double thanks if you liked it, I guess, and triple thanks if you subscribed. You know, oh look, I sound like a YouTuber saying like the video and subscribe. Wow, real original. But yeah, thanks, and see you in the next one. Bye.
Somewhere was another us that made the right choices. A better us. A better you.
Right, so this one was surprising. I didn't expect to see this so soon. I was expecting an announcement maybe next year, but you know, Close Alpha starts November 1st, 2024. Destiny Rising, the new mobile game. And there's a lot of stuff here that like kind of needs dissection. Like, I think that's Ikora. I think it is. So like, I don't know, is this a prequel or something? Or is it like set off in a distant future? I don't know, because there's no sign of Zavala or anyone else. This figure, I don't know if this is just like a default player character, or if it's supposed to be like a specific character in the lore. He has like Iron Lord stuff, so that's interesting. Like, I don't know, put aside the mobile game stuff and like, because like, I don't know, I'm not much of a mobile gamer, so I'm not expecting to play a ton of hours into this, but this does look interesting regardless. You know, it's weirdly kind of cool, because like, you see this, we have like a last city hub, right? There's people going around, kids. There's like stuff we always wanted, right? Being able to see everyone up close. This has to be a prequel, because you know, we see the travelers in the city still, you know. So that must be Ikora, and probably like some guardians from early ages of the city age. And this guy, I'm not sure who he is, but maybe this will give us some insight on what it could be, but I'm not sure what moments in history this is representing. Because, are these fallen in the painting? I think it's fallen, because that kind of looks like a vandal head. This horn, I'm not sure what these are. But, it's interesting to look at. It looks like they got some cool exotics here. Is this Black Talon? I'm not sure. Could be something else, because like at the end of the trailer that we saw in the beginning, this was like glowing red and stuff, so it can't be Black Talon. This thing gets like a pretty good shot later on. I kind of like the armor designs, you know? Destiny always looks good, right? Um, you know, one of these, this shot right here kind of reminds me of those intros they do for the raids and stuff. So it makes me think like, you know, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Yeah, there's 6 guys here. So is this a raid? Are they gonna have raids on mobile? Um, let's see. We haven't seen Fallen that look like this, at least like in a while, because they kind of look like Destiny 1 devils. This is definitely a devil's ship, right? This is definitely a devil's Kel. And not Kel, Ketch. You know? But the designs look a little different. Let me just. The designs look a lot different, but they are closer to Destiny 1. This is a weird look for a captain. We know it's a captain because, you know, we know that captains are the ones that run around with the daggers like that, with all 4. It's a Vandal with one of those shotguns they have. So, and then we go into the Vex network and a Hive portal. Honestly, this looks really good for a mobile game. I know a lot of mobile games look good these days, but honestly, if you told me this was like the Destiny the game, I'd believe you, except when the animation starts here. The animation looks a little wonky, but you know, it's a trailer, cinematic trailer, alpha footage. It kind of looks like more Destiny in terms of like, you know, this is just going to be Destiny mobile, right? Like, this feels like they made this game because they can't get Destiny and its engine running on an iPhone, probably. I'm surprised they can't. Well, I'm not surprised they can't, because, you know, it's pretty old, the engine and stuff. Like, I guess it probably needs a lot of overhaul to get it working in here. And here we get a view of the new supers, right? Is it this moment? The Dualitarian Barricade, Rockets. That's an ability we don't have in the game. And then look at this. It's kind of like the what's it called? The solar super that the hunters have, right? That is a hunter, right? But it's a lot different. Yeah, look, that's a hunter. He does something different here. Where he kind of explodes, and then he does one shot. It looks like a Dawn Blade. Kind of looks like a Dawn Blade. And then, but then he starts moving around like it's an Arc Blade. But it's still solar. So it's like a remix super. It's kind of cool to see that they're doing other things with the abilities in this game, right? Like this guy has Izanagi's on. There's a healing nade on this Void Lock, and then they have a new super right here. That's cool as hell. They just spawn a scythe. They do like a Nova Warp thing. And then this exotic looks cool. Just lobbing grenades. Let's see. Yeah, there's like a big server back here, like an army of two. I doubt. Is this how the gameplay's gonna be, where we're just surrounded and it's like a time crisis thing? It almost feels like we're, like, I don't know. We don't really get to see the controls or anything because like this game is more cinematic than gameplay, right? It says out in-game capture, so this isn't gameplay. This is an in-game capture. That doesn't mean it's gameplay. There might be elements like this that may be gameplay, but let's be honest, the way the characters are moving, it acts more like it's animated. They're looking around, right? See how when the character's aiming, their head is kind of turning before the whole body turns. So my guess is that this is just animated and not actual gameplay. So this could be a captured gameplay footage, but it might as well be animated. Let's see. Cause it almost feels like this is just gonna be a shooting gallery, and we might just be auto running in this, and then there's like moments where they stop and shoot and get surrounded. Now this part is crazy, cause that's the Shard of the Traveler, right? It looks like the EDZ, the Shard of the Traveler, or is this the Dreaming City? Cause it almost has like a Dreaming City type of vibe, right? Cause this kind of looks like where Aldrin was, where his corpse was, but this could just be like a section near the EDZ, and they're analyzing this place. This new speaker is interesting because it's the first time we see another speaker in the game other than Micah. So she even has a speaker's mask and everything. She's covered with, surrounded with ghosts. So, but see, look, the Shard of the Traveler has like a tree coming out of it. So, like, I don't know. Have we ever heard of a tree coming out of a shard or something? I think this is the Shard of the Traveler. Unless this is some other place. Is Destiny rising, right? So, and Ikora's presence just makes me think, is that Ikora? It looks like a younger Ikora, right? It just makes me think that this could be, probably is a prequel. So, especially since, like, as we see in the beginning, we get the old Devil's look. Where are they? Loading. Just happened to the internet. Did the internet slow down? No, but it is interesting. It's gonna have the worst microtransactions, you know it. Damn, I mean, it's a mobile game. I don't know. I think it's worth checking out. Let's see. Jeff Keighley tweeted it, or announcement for Destiny Rising, the new mobile game for NetEase. Yeah, I didn't even know that they were announcing this today. Just kind of surprised me. But I think it's kind of interesting. But yeah, this has to be some kind of prequel. Is this the Batsa district? No, that can't be. This is inside the city, I'm pretty sure. Or somewhere near it. So look, as we can see, like I said, it has to be a prequel. This is what what cements it. Not only is the Traveler in the city, we got these retro look Fallen. And I don't know, can the Vex just kind of look like Vex right now? Can't really tell. They don't have any markings from D1, looks like. Because in Destiny 1, they have like these markings over them. Some like the ones around the Ishtar Collective have like tattoos. But I guess these ones don't have anything. But you know, I'm not expecting this to be like a super amazing game. I mean, I'm sure it'll be fine. But I don't know. I'm still interested in the lore, in the story. Because, like, if we're going back, look, this is like. Are they on Europa? What is this place? That looks like Hidden Swarm from, like, D1. Right? They kind of look like the Moon Hive in Destiny 1. Is this Europa? No, it can't be because there's like a big there's like a one of those crashing things where they what are they called? I don't know what they're called, but they're like transports for like drop ships for Hive. Is this just on Earth? Like on a cold side of the planet or something? Like I don't know. But yeah, I don't know. This is I think it's exciting still. Um Again, mobile games not my thing, but I'll definitely try it. You know, every now and then I'll download Marvel Snap and play that for a few months. But yeah. This is gonna be interesting, I think, because getting this type of gameplay on a phone will be I don't know, I haven't played a game that is fun to play on the phone like this. I haven't. But I don't know, maybe something's different with Destiny. Maybe something's different. I don't know. But yeah, that's it. Thanks for watching. 13 minutes? Wait, you got the 4. Okay. I know I just literally posted a video speculating whether it's a prequel or something, but it turns out it's another timeline. I didn't know they put out this video. Um yeah, this is interesting because it's a whole other universe where like there's still Iron Lords around and stuff. Uh and look, you get to explore the city and you talk to like to Fallen and stuff. What's the icon he had? He had like a what is that? That's an Iron Lord thing, isn't it? The UI doesn't look that bad. Interesting. Also, it looks like it's like wait, what? Era to prior Guardians, what is it? Oh, so we aren't Guardians yet. Okay. So it's another universe where like it's before we're known as Guardians, right? But we also live in the city with Elixni. So they have some pretty cool visuals here at the beginning. Let me see. Where is it? Uh yeah, look, this. They show the city being built and then a hive. No, that's not a hive thing. What type of ship is that? That's not Hive or Elixni. That's not Cabal. Or is that just one of our ships crashing into our own city? And then like there's a tree that grows under the Traveler. That's interesting. Oh, so that place in the other video in the trailer wasn't the EDZ that's in the last city. Huh. Okay, so I was around here. Genji. So yeah, I guess we're not gonna be making our own character because it sounds like it's gonna be that we're gonna be picking a character. So it's just Destiny Warframe. Art wise, this still looks a lot like like Destiny, you know? Still looks like Destiny. Huh. Again, I don't think we've seen actual combat yet. Oh look, okay. Look, there it is. Oh, so it actually does just look like Destiny then. Okay. Wait. Perfect on ramp? Oh, so this is their scheme. They get you interested in the lore here, and to get you into the main game. Okay. So it's a trick. This is the onboarding game that they wanted. So what, is Bungie gonna make Destiny a premium game then? Like the console game is gonna be like the one you get if you're serious about Destiny? In-game capture doesn't. Oh, look, see, this is what the gameplay looks like. You can switch between first person and third person, but like in-game capture doesn't mean gameplay, right? From the trailer we saw, this is the actual gameplay. This is what we see. Oh, what is that? Unity? Is that Bolt? Did they make this game in Unity? Is this Bolt? I think it's Bolt. Let me see. Unity, Bolt. No, it's not Bolt. No, it's not Bolt. This isn't Unity. What engine is this? I haven't used Unity in a while, so maybe it's different. But I don't know. Or maybe they have a custom build. November 1st is the alpha. I mean, I'll sign up because I want to see it. But, you know. Yeah. I just made this video as an addendum to the other one. Because I didn't want to just re-record it or edit it in. But, I don't know. I don't know. It looks promising. I don't know. I think it's worth a try. Um, it does look like there was some effort put into it. It's not just some let's see, what's the gameplay? It's not just some game that they just tossed together in a few hours. I mean, no game is going to come out after a few hours of development. But I mean, game jams, whatever. That's different. Yeah. I'm interested. You know, as someone who's been playing Destiny for a long time, it's not a bad idea. Not a bad one at all. The jack-o'-lantern. Mwah. Varix, my buddy, my friend, Opalo mine. You do not need to convince me. I am on board. Honestly, Prison of Elders, forgive it. I don't care, man. I forgave you the second I found out what you did. So, this is a pretty good start to a season. Yeah, this is just me. This is like first impressions. I'm saying this day 2 of the season. You know, I woke up this morning and I wrote this video like I just got out of bed. But, you know, it does feel like Destiny's not doomed. Honestly, if we could expect content drops like this every few months, I think Destiny's gonna be just fine. Like I said this at the beginning of Echoes. First season of the year, always the weakest. Alright? We're always fresh off a new campaign and raid race. And then top players reach max light in a month. And all of a sudden the game sucks. Most of the issues that a lot of people had were morale. So I can understand that. There's a lot of stuff that went down. You know, if we compare the start of this season to the start of last season, major difference. Huge difference. Right? Echoes had a lot more issues than the usual first season. Like I hated Act 3 so much. Act 3 sucked. Act 1 and 2 might have mostly been busy work, but at least the cadence varied from time to time. Even though it was go to Nessus, go to failsafe, go to Nessus again, go to failsafe. It's like back and forth, but honestly, it's like, you know, for someone who grew up playing games with a lot of backtracking, I wasn't really bothered by it that much, because at least we were getting like some small storylines in between, right? But then Act 3 was just, okay, alright, just play the same exotic missions over and over and over and over and over again. But at least with this new season, I think they dropped a lot of new content. Yeah, I think they managed to stretch it out through a really grindy process that after 6 hours of gameplay yesterday, I started asking myself, am I even doing this right? Thank God for Rick Cactus, because he had a video on the potions and elixirs yesterday, and I think I understand it now. You know, I already had 18 potions made by the time I saw his video, but, you know, it was just really confusing. If you watch the VODs I posted, there's a ton of time I spent trying to figure it out. But yeah, it's pretty good so far. You know, when it comes to potions, I think that's a kind of a fun thing, even if it is just like kind of like busy work. But there's a lot of moments that they take this season that they go like, okay, look, we'll enjoy this visually. I enjoy visually making tonics and elixirs. The whole like, okay, what recipe am I gonna make, and then put it in the taste test in the brewery machine or something. Do the taste test, and then put it through. Sometimes you'll have some wacky effect where you turn into a frog or invisible or something. And I hope there's more of that stuff later this season. Something about the gameplay. So I do think Revenant Scorn adds something a lot more interesting to the Scorn combat loop. It kind of keeps you on your toes, because we never have like self-resurrecting Scorn. And they're kind of how the Lucent Hive resurrect, except these guys have like a good amount of health and do a lot more damage than the average Lucent Hive. That's probably just in Onslaught though, because like these guys, they kind of feel like you're fighting an Archvile in Doom Eternal. You know, they have a little more firepower, a little bit more health than the average enemy, but they can come back. Well, the Archviles don't come back; they bring back other enemies. Which, honestly, I think I would have preferred if they did that, right? Like, if you can't fully kill this guy, you're gonna have to deal with some other enemies again. But I can see them doing that I can see them doing that in a future expansion or something. Because it sounds like something they would do. One thing that bothers me is that unless you're amplified or something, it's kind of hard reaching the incense thingy after you down a Revenant Scorn. Because specifically in Onslaught, you'll kill one of them, and then they'll drop their incense to the other side of the cave. And you'll have seconds to find it. You have to run all the way around the cave, right? And if you're not amplified or anything, it's going to be really hard to reach it in time. I like that the resurrection tomes move around. You know, it's better than the Lucent Hive thing. Right? I think Lucent Hive, honestly, I think they should switch timers. Right? Because Lucent Hive, I think they resurrect slower. than the Revenant Scorn, but I haven't really checked the time myself. I feel like someone should investigate that. Someone should. You know, someone with more patience than I should compare the resurrection time between a Revenant Scorn and a Lucent Hive. But I think they could swap those timers around, just so you could have more time to look for the Revenant incense, whatever thing, and less time to crush a ghost. It artificially tunes the difficulty. So, narrative. I think it's interesting. I didn't watch any of the promo material for Revenant. No Vidocs, no trailers, didn't read the TWAB or anything. I wanted to see the story for myself in the game. Because, you know, and these are first impressions. You know, I don't know where we go from here. Because unless you understand what you're doing with tonics, you're probably stuck. Or if you're like, I saw that the Bungie team, they tweeted out that some people were blocked from progression. So, I'm not sure what's going on there. I'm not even sure if I'm blocked from progression because I don't have any quest on me. But I'm assuming that it's just that we have to do the fieldwork stuff. That's what I assumed. But now I'm not sure anymore. I haven't done every field report yet. But honestly, I'm glad I haven't. Because I would have been pretty dissatisfied if I played it all in just a day. I know there's a ton of people that already did do it in a day. There's definitely people that have already reached level 100 or something. But let's be honest. The only reason I couldn't beat it in a day is because I kept running out of ingredients for my tonics and stuff. It's like, oh, they put an artificial time gate on it for players that aren't properly grinding and maybe don't understand the tonic system that well. It kind of keeps people from doing that type of stuff ahead of time. Visually, this season is off to an amazing start. You drop into Onslaught, Widow's Court, and it's like...
The ADU is deployed and ready to receive. Get in there and rescue those Elixni.
Zombies, you know? This season is just COD zombies. We even had the sodas. Like, I would honestly, if they could just put, like, the teddy bear in, I don't know where, but they gotta find a way to put the teddy bear in Destiny. I honestly can't believe it took them this long to dive into a zombie style aesthetic. You know, arenas covered in mist. They brought back the egregore fungus all over the place. You know, the red, very oppressive lighting, right? And with the Nezarec stuff going on this season, both that red and the egregore, makes me think it's connected to the derelict Leviathan, and you know, that's another place where the Scorn were being experimented on in the presence of Nezarec. So that makes for this really interesting visual connection between Season of the Haunted, what's it called, the one where we get Dead Man's Tale, that exotic mission. I forgot it right now, but I'm sure I'll flash it on screen. You know, it just does a good job of connecting all those ideas together. Which, as I was writing this video, it made me think of a new connection. Because, as we know, Season of the Haunted, they use the egregore to carry out that pyramid scarecrow fear gas around the Leviathan and beyond. You know, they spread it to the moon and stuff like that. And they did that to connect Callus to Nezarec's pyramid, which we didn't know at the time was Nezarec's pyramid until the following Season of the Plunder. Which makes me think that, like, if Mithrax is being controlled somehow by the essence of Nezarec because of the curse of Nezarec, it makes me think, it makes me think that, like, maybe we should recontextualize how we saw Season of the Haunted. Not by the Witness trying to create a new disciple through Callus, but maybe the Witness was trying to convert Callus into Nezarec. You know, if you go back to one of those ceremonial bell audio logs that you find in the dungeon on the Leviathan, Callus mentions there's fear of losing himself. You know, maybe he didn't want to do it because he was afraid that maybe Nezarec would subsume his personality completely, right? Take control of who he was and who he is. That really helps view that season in a more interesting light than it was, because it's not as linear as you think. First connecting him to the pyramid, and then the following season they were looking for the relics of Nezarec. And as we know, the Witness is a big fan of mixing his toys together and making something new, right? The chimeric fusion that all the Dread and Nezarec have. So I don't know, I wouldn't be surprised if he was trying to create a new body for Nezarec instead. Yeah, it's a reach, but a theory nonetheless. It's a very interesting season we got. I'm not sure if I really have time to check out the Vespers host this season, because I'm definitely watching the Dungeon Raid Race, because that's always very entertaining. But I'm really going to focus on Revenant itself, because I really like the Scorn, and seeing them develop has always been fun. The second I heard that they were developing a culture in Beyond Light, I was like, okay, this is something to keep an eye on, because I don't know where this is going to end, but clearly the Scorn are going through some, like, Hive-style evolution, right? And this season is kind of, like, avoiding a new Hive being created, because, like, if they convert the rest of the Elixni in the system into Scorn, they're gonna be an unstoppable plague. And we don't even know Scorn physiology all that well, because like now they're made of living tissue and stuff. So it's a really big, important difference. And I already made a video about like how we don't really understand Scorn completely on a biological sense, and that one didn't get many views, but it is. I do think it's a lot more relevant now that we know what's going on, you know? By the way, is that area in Something Left to Say a Gambit map? I think it's a Gambit map from the Tangled Shore, but I'm not sure. I can't remember what area of the Tangled Shore that's supposed to be. It's been a while since we've been to the Tangled Shore. So if someone can point that out, I'd really appreciate that. Also, this is super nitpicky, but during Fickrell's reunion with Crow, Failsafe is there, and Crow already knows what an echo is, when it's supposed to be during, like, you know, all these episodes are supposed to take place at the same time or something. You know, they're supposed to have like an overlap between the stories, but it feels like the way they're written, the way they're writing it, it's like it requires prior knowledge to understand it. They said you could play all these episodes in different orders, but I don't think so, because if it's supposed to be during episode echoes where we discover what an echo is, and it's supposed to be during episode echo where we get Failsafe on the helm, then you kind of need some prior knowledge to understand what goes on in that scene, because otherwise it's just going, how do we get here? What happened? Let's be honest about this. Let's be honest. So if you didn't play Echoes or watch the Vidoc where they announce these, you probably won't know what an Echo is, and you probably won't understand the presence of Failsafe on the helm. Again, this is nitpicky, right? But I'm nitpicking because they said this could be played in any order. So, anyway, I think I've rambled on long enough. Let's see, how long is the video so far? 19 minutes at the moment of recording. I'm probably going to cut out like 3 of those minutes. It's probably going to be 17. Anyway, whatever. I'm going to work on some Patreon uploads today once the video's up. But thanks for supporting there if you do. Here are the names for the month. I really appreciate you guys for donating whatever you can, because it means I get to continue making my art. It means I get to continue making these videos, and I really appreciate it. And if you haven't noticed, I'm uploading all my gameplay for the season onto a playlist here on YouTube, so you can find those probably on the card that's on the screen at the moment. And also thanks to everyone who's watching the live streams. Thanks. Hope you liked the video, and would love to discuss it if you guys want to in the comments. But that's about it for me. See ya. Alright, so I've been thinking about this. We're on our way to the apothecary wing. But, last night I was live doing a lore thing. This live stream discussing the Kell of Kells. I spent an hour and 30 minutes, and I spent a lot of time thinking about, because it's Kell of Kells, right? We're talking about Kell of Kells this season a lot, and I can't help but think about Skolas. It's been years since we last saw him, right? He died. We killed him in the Prison of Elders, and the Prison of Elders, it's destroyed. And if we look at the ingredients down here, right? Well, wait, not here. It's in the tonic capsule, right? I'm not even the first one to talk about this, but like Tomb Flake, rare reagent used in the synthesis of enriching tonics, obtained through Tomb of Elders activity. So if Prison of Elders is coming back, I think we can assume that we're gonna see like new enemy types in that space. It probably Scorn. And a lot of what I was saying in the live stream, again, it was talking about how Skolas could come back as a Scorn. Scornlas? Scornlas? Skolas? I don't know. I think it's a good enough theory. But it's there's a lot to think about when we're talking about the Kell of Kells and who could be the one that's coming back. And, if I'm sure a lot of people would follow Skolas if he came back. He would. And, yeah, he died a long time ago. Obviously, the Awoken must have mopped up, the prison after we killed him. But, again, paracausality, it's like, he's got to be somewhere, right? There has to be some kind of grave inside of the Prison of Elders. But I don't know. Tomb of Elders. We kill him in Prison of Elders. And I don't know. I think we might be seeing Skolas back. I think Skolas is coming back. I said it in the live stream. And I don't know. I don't know when we'll be seeing this Tomb of Elders activity. I assume Act 2. Or Act 3, although, I'm sure one of these activities they can't come out at the same time. I don't believe that they would. They could be leaving the exotic mission for the end of the season with Act 3, and then Tomb of Elders, it's an activity, so it must be Act 2. But I don't know, am I smoking the dark ether again, or could this be a thing? Could we actually be seeing the return of the OG Kell of Kells? The guy that brought the Vex to its knees in the Vault of Glass and gathered wolves from all across time. The guy that the 9 just let out for some reason, starting the wolf hunt in Destiny 1. So it's interesting. It's really interesting. So I don't know. Let me know what you think. And like the video, I guess. I don't know. Who cares? Bye. Vsauce. Tacko here. I'm here to ask us some important questions. There's a lot of questions and much still confusing about what's required to make a Scorn. I'm not really going to be asking how a Scorn is made, but we know it requires wish magic, dark ether, but the witness is also able to create Scorn. However, the Witnesses Scorn are different, as they are culturally underdeveloped and lack any true will of their own. In the case of the Witnesses Scorn, they're mostly mindless zombies. Scorn raised by Fickrel are able to make decisions, but have still been able to be controlled in the past. And we're probably going to see more about how Fickrel kind of has command over the Scorn as they are in Revenant, because it seems like he's going to be not only be able to control just Scorn, but he might also be able to control the average Fallen too. Like, as we see in the promo art, there's like some dregs that are under his vampiric thrall. Fickrel's Scorn have gone through a radical change and metamorphosis. And we're gonna have to wait till Revenant to see to what extent that is, because like now he's described as a vampire, which is a concept that's metal as hell. But like I said, we're not gonna discuss all that right now or how Scorn are made. Yeah, we know what the Scorn are. You know, they're Elixni, risen from the dead, changed, twisted, and contorted. We know it requires a paracausal force to revive them, and be it wish magic or whatever the Witness does. However, there's one unit among the Scorn that got me thinking.
Guardian down.
Screeb hatchlings. It's pretty dark if you assume that it's an Elixni hatchling being raised. It's not impossible. However, it does seem that maybe, just maybe, and I might lose some of y'all with this one, but I think the Scorn get busy. I don't think every Screeb hatchling is a hatchling raised from the dead. I think the zombies get into it. They emerge from abominations, so I don't know how much modifiers actually play into lore. However, if the Scorn can reproduce in that way, it means that they're a problem that's probably not going to be going away anytime soon. Because it implies if, like, let's say, like, oh, no Elixni is ever going to die ever again. Which is impossible. That the Scorn can just multiply, in quotes, naturally, end quote. There's an interesting Scorn dilemma rising. I found only one lore entry from Season of the Splicer that mentions Screeb hatchlings, and I'll read it. Sure, it's a fairy tale, read by Ido, but it's an interesting one that mentions that the Screeb has siblings. This comes from the Celestine Robes Majestic. The smallest Screeb. Ido loomed over the group of hatchlings, her face lit only by the glow of the ether tank's control panel. The hatchlings gripped each other's hands in fear and huddled together for safety. The scribe continued her fairy tale. There was once a Screeb, the smallest Screeb of his clutch. He fought for his share of dark ether, but his stronger siblings often got more than he did. The hatchlings muttered in sympathy. He dreamed of one day killing a guardian, and showing his siblings that he was strong. Little, but strong. Ido flexed her lower arms menacingly. One day, a guardian came to their lair, hoping to steal their precious ether. The hatchlings glanced in worry at the nearby ether tank, as Ido continued. Fickrel Kell ordered the Screebs to attack. Finally, the smallest Screeb had a chance to prove his worth. Ido leaned forward, narrowing her eyes. The smallest Screeb charged forward, unafraid, even as his siblings were shot down all around him. He launched himself at the Guardian, and boom! The scribe shouted, clapping both pairs of hands. The hatchlings jumped and chittered in fear. Ido lowered her voice to a whisper. The littlest Screeb exploded right against the Guardian's glowing golden armor. He succeeded in his mission. But, Ido continued shaking her head in mock sadness. The Guardian didn't even notice. The Screeb was too small, and his explosion made no difference. No difference at all. Probably one of the stupidest lore tabs, really. But, it's interesting because, like, it doesn't cover anything of what I talked about, I guess. But it is interesting, the phrasing where it's a fairy tale told by Ido, but it's an interesting one that they mentioned the Screeb had siblings. So they're related in some way. I think it's just a weird section of the lore that we don't have a clear answer to. Do the Scorn get busy? Seems like it's up for interpretation. Let me know what you think, if you agree, if you disagree, or if I'm just smoking off that Dark Ether Egregore blend. That's about me for today, and I hope you all have a wonderful day. See you next time. Hello everybody, this is a really short video, very unscripted too. I just got some ideas. Next week, the Kel's Fall mission releases in Act 3 of Season of Revenant. You know, we'll finally find out what is in Kel's Fall, and which is the Kel that is falling. You know, safe bet is to say Skolas, since he was recently revived. You know, we got that Kel of Kel's prophecy. You know, let me turn on the music just so you can set the mood. But there's also Mithrax, who I think he could die. I think that's a very real possibility because Ida's sort of been set up in a way where we might be seeing her take up a role as a Kel. Who knows? Maybe after this season she'll bulk up and become a full-on captain. Who knows? But you know, it could be referring to Fikrul, but it just occurred to me, right, that there's on the season pass down the line we got some Taken stuff. You know, I don't know why we have another Taken transmit effect when we already have one. And let me see, is there anything else? Is it just that, or no? Yeah, it's just that. But very Hive-like, this one. I know it's Scorn, but you know, it's very Hive-like in a way. But there's also that other Season of Revenant bundle. Where is it? Is that not in the store today? There's like a whole bundle that's just a bunch of Taken stuff. I guess it's not there today. But it's promoted as something that's like part of Season of Revenant, right? And I'm like, why would you say that it's part of the season, right? Like it's themed for the season, but it's all Taken stuff. So, other than Psylocke, we haven't really had anything Taken this season, right? I mean, like, I guess the Shadow Legion are involved and stuff, but they aren't Taken. So it's got me thinking, like, why are we getting Taken themed things this season? You know, I think I might be able to find that ghost shell while I talk about the rest of the stuff. So I think we might be, if it's not any of the present characters, Fikrul, Skolas, or Mithrax, it could be someone who we met a few months ago. You know, there's a guy or lady, I don't know. Oh look, here it is, the Deep Whisper shell. It's for a ghost who commune with dark forces. It's Taken, which, you know, leads me to my next point. Who is a fallen that is Taken, linked to the Witness, and who knows, maybe is put in the Echo now? Huh? Herald of Finality? Like, come on. It makes sense. You know, we destroyed the Witness and its forces inside of Salvation's Edge. The echoes come out bursting, right? And like, you know, the Taken, they're like an extension of one's will, I guess, to a certain degree. And I don't know, I think the Herald of Finality might be related to this. You know, I remember there was a theory saying, because we don't really know anything about the Herald of Finality, that maybe they are Chelchis, right? And one character that's been appearing a lot in the lore lately is Chelchis, you know, in the Garden Way books, the Kell of Stone, and maybe they're looking for someone who's worthy. There's also the possibility that this Taken could be another Elixni who, what's their name? They're also in the Garden Way book. Wait, that's the wrong tab. So this one? Yes. Apprentice of Baron Karaskis. It could be Karaskis, but it could be Irha. You know, maybe Irha grew up, and because back then, was Irha a dreg, or was she more like a vandal? She wasn't like a captain yet. She wasn't like a larger Elixni yet. So, you know, this could be Irha. It could be Chelchis. It could be this Karaskis, but because it's a voice that Varix doesn't remember. So, who could be this person? I don't know, it just makes sense with the whole, like, Taken theming of this new season. Well, of this part of the Battle Pass, Season Pass. So, and we don't yet know why or how this is all gonna tie up together. Because, I don't know. I guess we did get some Season Pass stuff in the past few seasons that aren't really super related to the story. Like, the Echo Season Pass is more like a Traveler Season Pass, like if we look at that armor. But I'm interested in seeing where this all goes. It's very, very interesting how Reflective Flake. Is that a hint? Could we get a hint here? I don't know. But yeah, very, very chalkboardy. I guess it's a little disjointed because it's not scripted. But who knows what we're gonna be fighting in this act, right? What's gonna be the end of it? It's probably gonna be Skolas, right? But you know, while we're here, I want to put out some ideas, see what works. So yeah, at the time of recording this video, I'm working on 2 other videos that are related, but honestly, I gotta wait until Tuesday to see what we're dealing with before I can continue writing it. So thanks, and have a great day. Alright, so they put out a trailer yesterday for the Kel's Fall mission, which comes out tonight. I'm really excited for it because, like, based on that trailer, looks freaking cool. And there's some interesting vocabulary being used here. Now, prefix, I made another video already theorizing about this before they showed a trailer. And yeah, most of what I was said in that video, I'm wrong now. Because we already know, well, at least for now, we don't know if we're going to see anything relating to Chelchis, but I'm sure we'll find out who the Echo is soon enough. That seems like a really big, important part. But yeah, let's watch the trailer real quick, and you'll see.
This place grows like a tumor on reality.
Now, this is important to note. This place grows like a tumor on reality, right? Most likely in reference to the Mindbenders. It's most likely in reference to the Mindbenders' appearance in this mission, which it seems like that maybe his throne world, whatever it is, might have made a comeback. You know, back in Forsaken, we play a strike where we go into his to kill his brood mother, and wait, no, that was a different one. That's not a strike. Is there a strike? No. Point is, in whatever mission that was, you go in and you kill him in an Ascendant space. Because the killing of Cade 6 apparently fueled his process in the sword logic or something. Enough to gain his own space, right? So, interestingly enough, Mindbender is a Elixir turn Scorn and Scorn Hive hybrid, right? He's got all this hive stuff all over him. We'll see him in a bit. There he is. Does Twitter have like a frame by frame thing or no? There he is. There he's back. He's back. He's clearly resurrected by the new power that Fikro holds. Still has his hive boomer.
The final count will soon be decided. Now, a new age comes.
You know, it makes me think like the way Fikro talks, right? A new age comes, right? It's definitely not the end for Fikro. So it seems like Mithrax is guiding us through this mission. So it doesn't seem like he's gonna have a physical presence there. Not now anyway. Because if this works anything like the Echo's exotic mission, we might get permutations of this mission as we progress through the story of Act 3. So but yeah, this is gonna be interesting. I don't think we're gonna kill Fikral. This guy, he's powered up way too much, I think, and it's been too much of a build up to just kill him at the end of a season. So unless the whole idea is that he's gonna get depowered or something, or possibly just be set up for another expansion. I don't know. There's a lot of places they can take this mission, and a lot of places they can end this season in. But with the Mindbender, it feels like we might see a connection to Heresy, right? I don't think it's going to be the inciting incident, but it definitely might be related, because it's a hive-related being that's being influenced by the Echo. So in any case, I would keep an eye out for anything that has any, like, you know, the lore tabs, the shotguns and stuff, all those new guns. Maybe they'll have something related to the Mindbender. So excited about that. and can't wait to play tonight. So, bye. Maybe I'll stream it. Who knows? Maybe I'll be live here on the channel. But yeah, thanks for watching, and see you later. All right. So it is the day after Act 3 launched. We just played all 3 of the exotic mission runs. You know, you have to play it 3 times to get the ending. It's pretty easy quest. You know, I'd say it's one of the easiest exotic quest ever. Like, if you want, like, once this enters the weekly rotation, right? Once this becomes like something people can like replay over and over again, I can see this being a gateway exotic mission for people. Like, oh, that was fun. I wonder what else they can do with it. And then you're like, oh my god, Whisper. Oh my god, 0 Hour. Oh my god, the other ones. But yeah, the narrative content delivered this season, I think the story was good. Okay, I think the narrative we got was good. I just don't like the delivery method, right? It's nice that we got the acts compiled. You know, if we got Act 1, all of it in a day, that was very short. We got Act 2, all of it in a day. That was maybe shorter. Act 3 was maybe the longest. And it involved a lot of going in circles in the last city. Right? I wasn't a big fan of that. Because we talked to Aramis, then we go to the Spider, then we go to Ido, we talk to Aramis again, then they're like, oh hey, we're almost ready. And then we go back to the exotic mission, right? Which is not a bad mission. I still haven't explored all the secrets. I don't understand how to use a shotgun just yet. And I haven't figured out the piano, you know, the big organ. So eventually we'll get to that. I don't know when. I have a pretty busy month, so I don't know if I'm gonna be exploring all that just yet. But the exotic is here. You know, I think it's a pretty good exotic. I just didn't expect a shotgun. I didn't look at what the guns were gonna be, right? Because I don't know. I don't like that we got a shotgun. I think this would have been better if we had like a glaive, you know? Like, why not? It's Fickrel. You know? We could have gotten his classic glaive from Forsaken, now that he has this new one. But, into the topic of the video. You know? That's enough intro. Let's talk about Skolas again. Where is he? He was resurrected, and then moved somewhere else. Where did he go? We fought him once. At the end of Act 2. And now, Fickrel's dead. And so are his barons again. We killed all his barons again. But, where is Skolas? You know? I don't think this is over. I don't think this is over. Alright? The new Kill of Kells may have been decided. One by name and one in literal grace. Actually blessed by the Traveler. But the Rabid Kell, the Scorned Wolf, is still around. Possibly taking control of what's left of Fickrel's forces. Maybe even the Dread. Could we be seeing a return to the Reef Wars? What could happen in this new frontier for the Elixni? Because I really do think that this season might have redefined the Fallen. You know? House Salvation is pretty much gone. The Scorn can not make more. At least for now, they cannot make more. At least that's what this mission implies. Because only Fickrel could raise Scorn. Right? I mean, the Witness could too. And I think it's implied that Nezarec can raise the Scorn as well. Because during this week's during Act 3, we kind of start hearing about how Dark Ether may have some similar properties to the Curse of Nezarec and such. So it's interesting. So yeah, it seems Aramis has gone off already. She called us from like, hey, I'm already out of the neighborhood. I'm out of here. She literally calls it a war-torn slum. Not my galaxy. No. Come on. But you know, it's gonna be a long voyage. Right? She's going to Reese again. She's going back to old Reese. So is this gonna be a destination we explore in the future? Because like we've always had the idea that maybe we'll be exploring Torah Battle one day, you know, taking it back from Zevul Wrath. Maybe this will be another world that we'll explore. You know, I know that was something that was touched by the pyramids, not exactly by the Hive, but the Hive were there. Oryx was present in the fall of Reese. I'm pretty sure. I remember reading that somewhere. But yeah, and that voyage is long. I mean, the long drift lasted centuries. You know? I mean, I'm sure the Echo will somehow preserve Aramis in some way. You know, as the kill of cows blessed by the light. And there are you know, the long drift lasted centuries. You know, there were Elixni that lived and died on a catch. They never knew life outside of one. You know? That's why, what's the phrase they say? Catch is kin. Catch is kin. So, you know, unless, you know, I can see one way we might see the fruits of this journey. Right? I mean, I already mentioned that the possible idea of an expansion. And I've always had the theory where, like, hey, look, if it's a dead Elixni planet, why not make it a planet that's just been corrupted, you know? Before they said that the Elixni were being sourced from the moon and on Earth to make Munu Scorn, I thought that they were maybe going into what is possibly the biggest reservoir of Elixni dead bodies. You know, I thought maybe the Witness was plucking them from old Reese and making new Scorn from a dead planet. So, you know, we could see a planet of Scorn. That'd be an interesting place to go. And since they've made a huge connection with Nezarec and the Scorn this season, it wouldn't be a bad place to go if we want to make a Nezarec expansion. And I don't know, everyone seems to be set on the idea that, you know, we could be getting a Destiny 3. You know, it's like maybe like a new galaxy is a really great excuse to make a Destiny 3, right? Of course we don't have all our loot because our vault is all the way back on Sol. So we can have like a new intergalactic mission, right? The old Reese system, the Torah Battle system, and it could be something we explore. Far off solar system, new worlds, new space. Maybe the Elixni's rebirth. Excuse me. Maybe the Elixni's rebirth is our way out of the solar system. You know, same with the Cabal. You know, we could be chasing down Skolas to prevent his version of a scorned Reese to come back, you know? An army of undead wolves. I'm just spitballing here, you know? This type of stuff gets me excited. But yeah, on top of Skolas not being anywhere to be found, we still don't know who's in this Echo, right? I mean, maybe it is Chelchis, maybe it is Irha, maybe it is Karaskis. But it's not clear who it is. I mean, Aramis doesn't recognize this voice either. So I don't know. It's getting I'm getting kind of uneasy because we know who the voice in the other Echo is. We know what's her name. She's one of those Cthulhu guys. But we don't know who's in this Echo. You know? I don't know. I thought Mindbender was gonna be more important. But it does seem like the advancements they made about the Revenant plane and that mirror universe and stuff like that was possibly because he understood planar travel, right? With his throne world and all. The Mindbender, that's why they stay in. During the stream, I asked, why are they following the Mindbender, all these hive? You know? Like, it's just because he smells like a hive? Like, really? Or he's praises the sword logic? Well, apparently, they just, according to Varix, they just value his knowledge on planar travel. Which is, makes sense. But, yeah, we don't know who exactly is the voice in here, right? Who is it? Is it Karaski's? It might be one of those guys. But yeah. Are we seriously gonna wait for an expansion for all this? And also, it's crazy that we killed Fickrell in this mission. I knew the mission was called Kel's Fall, but like, I thought that was gonna imply Skolas or maybe even, just Mithrax. Killing off Mithrax at the end of a season? That would have been amazing, right? But I guess we're still good. Family's intact. But yeah, it's interesting. But I think that's all I have for today. Please comment if you have your thoughts. I would love to discuss this because I do like it when a season ends with some questions. Because I like being satisfied with some answers, right? I need answers from the previous season we had. But I also like being kept wondering why, how, and what's next. And, I really do think that, unlike Echoes, Revenant might have succeeded in making the future of the Elixni extremely uncertain. We don't know what's gonna happen now. Is Aramis gonna make it? Probably. She's definitely gonna make it for the sake of plot. Mithrax, he's Kill of Kel by name only. Because Aramis is the one that has the Echo. But, she even presents herself as House of None. So it's gonna be quite the interesting arc we're gonna be seeing play out. With Fickrell dead, we're not gonna have so many Scorn popping up. So I want to hear what you guys have to say. And other than commenting, I really do appreciate subscribing or liking. We just got to 300 last night. That's insane. So thanks a bunch. Can't believe we did 300. 301. So that's awesome. Well, thanks, and bye. This is gonna sound terrible because I'm recording it on my laptop's microphone. But yeah, this is a little compilation. If you made it to the end, thanks for watching. That means a lot to me. It's a pretty long video, an hour and 50 minutes. And at least I think it is an hour and 50 minutes. Whatever. Doesn't matter. Thanks for watching. And if you liked it, make sure to subscribe, please. That means a lot to me too. And it'll definitely make my day. We're so close to 300. I really want to get to 500. I want to see what happens. And please leave your thoughts in the comments. This is a compilation of a ton of darkness and universal level things that I've been thinking about in Destiny for the past few months. So I really appreciate you taking the time to watch it and leave a comment. So if you want to like the video, go ahead and do that. But yeah, thanks a bunch, and have a great day.
Hello, Guardian. Hello.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi?